And all we keep seeing on social media are teases for everything changes. Everything is going to change. You don't want to miss what's going to happen. Make sure that you tune in. Like, the promotion, the hype is absolutely through the roof. It is absolutely massive. So I don't expect there to just be a promo tonight. I expect it to be a challenge. I expect there to be something of real significance. I don't think it's just going to be Rock and Roman coming out, cutting a promo, saying something, and then, like, that's it. I would imagine that whatever it is they're going to say, it's not just going to be insults. I would imagine there'll be something of substance in there. There will be a date set. There will be a face-to-face arranged. There will be a challenge laid down. Something along those lines. The way that they're hyping this, do not miss this, tune in for this, makes me think that something of significance is happening tonight. So very, very excited. But you know what we start with? We always start with the breakdown. So we're going to go through what's on the show or what's been announced for the show. This is from WWE.com. So we'll go down this and then we'll jump into the chat. We've started early. There's obviously been a lot of talking points, and I'm sure people want to get stuck into topics. But yeah, let's go down this list, shall we? Right, Rock and Roman return to SmackDown. Spoke about that. Miz and Logan Paul are in an Elimination Chamber qualifying match. So only one of them is going to progress into the chamber. Quite an interesting one, that, actually. I think it would be Logan, but the thing is, Logan could always defend his United States title. So he can still get onto the card. So it makes it a little bit tricky to know which way they're going to go. Do you put Logan into the chamber, or do you put Miz into the chamber and then have Logan still on the card but just defending the United States title? I'm a bit torn on that one. If I had £10, $10, and I had to bet which way it was going to go, I think I'd put my money on Logan winning, right? But you could have Miz winning, and as we said, have Logan defend his title. That way both are at Elimination Chamber anyway. Zelina Vega against Tiffany Stratton in the Elimination Chamber qualifier. We've got Kevin Owens looking to progress to the Elimination Chamber as he takes on Dirty Dominic Mysterio. Feel pretty good for Kevin Owens there. And Naomi is taking on Alba Fire. Feel pretty good for Naomi, considering Alba Fire wasn't even meant to be in this match. It probably suggests that they don't have any plans for Alba Fire to be in the chamber. So feeling pretty good for Naomi. In regards to Zelina and Tiffany, I think you go Tiffany, surely. She's brand new. She's someone that they're pretty high on, pretty hyped for. So I would imagine they go that way. But yeah, Miz and Logan is a bit of a tricky one. So what we'll do is, before I jump into the chat, I will just put a poll up and we will ask the question, who qualifies? Who is it that qualifies? Is it going to be Logan or is it going to be The Miz? Boom. And we'll see what you lot think. Lovely. Right, mates. Let's have a little look. Hello. I see people saying hello. I'm feeling oozy, baby. Shout out to you. Trini said, I'm feeling quite awful today, but I'm hoping WWE will distract me. I'm sorry to hear that, Trini. Chin up. It's going to be a good show. If you need distracting, I think this is going to be the show to do it. Alka Meltzer. Great name. Logan cheats. Miz wins by DQ. Right, Tom said, I think if Logan wins, then Kevin Owens also wins. But if Logan loses, Kevin Owens will also lose. That's good. That's interesting. Eric said, if we get a new bloodline with The Rock, I'm going to need Jimmy to act more serious. Well, yeah, I mean, that's interesting because what would a new bloodline look like? Because we obviously don't know who the real tribal chief would be. You know, and I think that would be a story we would tell, is we would tell this kind of Solo not knowing who to turn to. There's no way Rock's going to listen to Roman, right? I mean, he will at times, but he will also tell him what to do. There's no way that Rock's going to stand behind Roman and just treat him as the tribal chief. I just don't see that happening at all. In fact, that didn't happen at the press conference. You know, Rock did everything he wanted to do. It was Rock that was like, bring up the graphic. It was Rock that stepped up to Cody. He didn't check with Roman first or anything. It was Rock that slapped Cody. It was very much Roman that was falling in line. So there's been nothing to suggest so far that Roman as tribal chief is leading the Rock or having the Rock follow what he says. So the dynamic is going to be absolutely fascinating. There is sure to be a power struggle. There is sure to be issues between Roman and The Rock, and I think everyone's expecting it to lead to a match. It's just this side of this WrestleMania, they're probably on the same page. They're probably united. They're probably got a common enemy in Cody and Seth, so they're probably focused on that. After WrestleMania, chances are that obviously the cracks will start to show, and a lot of people thinking WrestleMania 41, Rock versus Roman, 12-month builds, lovely. I mean, you could do it there, you could do it in Saudi, you could do it in SummerSlam. There's lots of places where you could do Rock Roman. We've got plenty of shows that need a match of that magnitude, but if he really wants to do it at WrestleMania, then WrestleMania 41 would look like it makes sense. And there's big rumors about WrestleMania 41 being in Las Vegas, which, you know, if that comes off, then Rock Roman would make a lot of sense, because Las Vegas, the bright lights, people flying in especially to come to WrestleMania, the Sphere. I mean, it's all glitz, it's all glamour, kind of, you know, I know it's not Hollywood, but it's very much screams The Rock. It would fit The Rock being in the main event, Las Vegas. So, yeah, I kind of think, you know, Philadelphia isn't really a place that I think of for The Rock. Like Philadelphia, I know the venue doesn't really matter, but Philadelphia for me, WrestleMania 40, finish the story. But then if we do Las Vegas, all show, all glitz, all glamour next year, then Rock Roman. Yeah, man, let's go. So I'm very interested to see how the dynamic of a new bloodline would look, and if there would be anyone new that would be brought in. We do have Zion Quinn, but he's not officially part of that family. So because we've shown the family tree, I'm thinking that's probably not a direction we go. Another name that people keep mentioning is obviously Jacob Fatu, but they've always stayed away from Jacob Fatu. But this is a new company, but it's a new company that really does not need any more bad PR. So, you know, the second they announce Jacob Fatu, everyone's going to talk about his past, and it'll be everywhere. And do they need that PR? You know, is that something that they're really looking to attract even more bad press? So it's a tricky one. It's a real tricky one. So, yeah, I agree. A new bloodline. Let's, you know, let's see how that plays out. And we do sort of have a new bloodline because we know that The Rock's going to be around. He's going to be around because he's on the boards, and he's kind of made it very clear that we're going to be seeing more of him. And at the moment, he's aligned with Roman. So, you know, he's in a segment with Roman. So, yeah, it's very interesting. But Jordan said, big up Days. Thank you for the follow on X Top Guy. Jordan, shout out to you, buds. Thank you for following me. I really appreciate it. And obviously a big thank you to everyone, including Jordan, that supports on X or sends over like things for the unseen videos. Those unseen videos, they're daily now, seemingly. They were never going to be daily, but there's just so much stuff that happens. I mean, I still can't even get them down to 20 minutes. It's funny, go back a few weeks and I just could not find a way of doing an unseen video after NXTs. Like, after an NXT, I would look and I just wouldn't find anything. But I think there's just been so much news, and there's been so much more engagement from you guys that I just get tagged in like 20 times the amount I was a few weeks ago. So there's just more stuff coming through, which makes doing the episodes a lot easier. So a big thank you for all the support on that. But Hazza said, to make a tag match special for the main event, how do you make it as big as possible? Well, we don't know that we're getting the tag match. We keep having this conversation. It's not the direction that I would go. It is a viable option, of course, because this WrestleMania is clearly built on them 4 people: Seth, Cody, Roman, Rock. You know, those were the only 4 people shown in the teaser trailer. And today we found out that The Rock had pitched the idea of the tag match. We don't know that that's been accepted. We don't know that that's the direction that it is going. If it is the direction that it's going, I mean, you just start building up the war, don't you, really? You just have the 2 sides attacking each other. You have beatdowns. You kind of do what you would do in the build towards a War Games or a Survivor Series. You know, we've kind of seen these big faction wars in the past. They tend to play out like Survivor Series, with Raw attacking SmackDown, SmackDown coming over and attacking Raw. Like, you can really map it out, really using that template. So I would like to see some we would definitely get promo exchanges between the 4 of them, of course we would, but I think I'd like to see that little extra. And I think that's what people look for, is that little extra. People want the good promos, and they want the surprise attacks and whatever, right? That's all I would imagine going to be baked in, right? But I think people also want that little extra. And one of the things that always comes to my mind, I really enjoyed it. I don't know if everyone did. I really enjoyed it. This was when we were building to WrestleMania 35. And we had Ronda and Charlotte and Becky. And do you remember that segment where they got arrested, right? That segment where we were in the backstage area and it was flipping bonkers. Like, you know, Ronda's getting arrested. She gets put in the back of the car. She's smashing the back window. She's jumping into the front seat. Even though her hands are behind her back, she's like starting up the car. And you've got Becky and Charlotte. They're fighting in the loading bay area. They're like slamming each other on the bonnet, and it's mental. It is mental. There's so much stuff that happens. It is absolutely mental. And it's like, that to me is that little bit extra that is just really bonkers, but it's not completely out of the realms of like realism. It's basically police officers, security guards struggling to deal with just these 3 wanting to get at each other. And it made, I thought, for a very compelling segment, a fun segment, a different segment, and something which still gets shown to this day. That was a big part, that segment, actually, of that build for WrestleMania 35. So I'm not saying that we do that, right? But what I'm saying is that little extra, promos, sneak attacks, this is all kind of built in. What's the little extra that you can give us? And someone like The Rock can definitely give us that little extra. If you want to go back to Rock and Cena, do you remember when The Rock did that promo from his house and he had the kid that was dressed as Cena arrive, and there was this brilliant little back and forth between The Rock and John Cena, even though it wasn't John Cena, it was just a kid dressed up as Cena. And the kid starts crying and realizes that he's just a goof and all this kind of stuff. And it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So I would be looking for that as the like additional thing. And when you've got someone like The Rock, who is obviously very charismatic, you would imagine that he will find a way of giving you something that's a little out of the norm, just like he did with his feud with John Cena. So Yeah, I'd be very excited. I mean, if we get the tag match, we get the tag match. I'm certainly not going to be down on the tag match, but I am very clear that, like, for me, it's not the way I would go, just because I think that that's a big match to do that tag match, and for me, I'd want blood. To be honest, I'd want it to be in Hell in a Cell. I would want it to be like, if we're going to do it, let's do it. Like, let's really go for it. And I just don't know that you can really go for it if Roman and Cody have then got to wrestle the very next night. So timing-wise, I just don't know that that's what I would look to do. I think that I would do the Rock-Seth match and do night 1 and do Cody against Roman night 2 and then build towards doing that kind of 2-on-2, really, like, you know, book the whole show around that. You even could have like Solo in there as well. You could make it 3-on-3, and then that would allow you to bring maybe Sammy into the equation as well. You know, so you could do Cody. Imagine that inside Hell in a Cell or something like this. Like, it could be awesome. So that's why I'm not. It's the fact that we've got to do Cody Roman the very next night, and I would just wonder if we could really go all out on night 1 if we did the tag match. But yeah, it is true. He has pitched that idea, yes. Jacob Fatu is signed to MLW for a bit, I think. I don't know the situation off the top of my head. I know that he was a free agent, or free agency was coming up. Let's have a look. Jacob Fatu. We'll see what the latest is. Jacob Fatu, free agency status confirmed. Is currently not tied to any contractual obligations. He is a free agent. Body Slam reports that the former MLW World Heavyweight Champ is a free agent, despite earlier suggestions that he was still bound to MLW till 2025. So, according to this article from, like, about 2 weeks ago, I don't know if anything has changed within those 2 weeks, but as of 2 weeks ago, he was a free agent. So that means he can take bookings and work wherever. So he may just be doing some stuff with MLW still, but I don't know that means he is under a contract. But either way, I can't see him coming into WWE. I just can't see him coming in. They've always kind of turned him down and shunned him up until this point, so it would be a hell of a change for them to now turn around and bring him in. But it is a different company, isn't it? We do have to remember that. I have to remember that. Elizabeth said, what happens if Roman gets injured in the tag match? Well, it'd be a flipping nightmare, mate. It'd be an absolute flipping nightmare. If he gets injured, he's out of night 2, and so I don't know what we would do. I don't know what your main event would be. I don't know if you still run with Cody and go up against someone else. I don't know what you'd do. I mean, do you see if The Rock can wrestle twice and then do Cody Rock? But, you know, there would have been a build there, but he ain't finishing the story if Roman gets injured in that tag match on night 1. I mean, it's a gamble, isn't it? It is a definite gamble, but it's one of those. Do you just run that risk because the reward is so great of being able to deliver a tag match that people are really invested in, and then also do the finish the story match the next night? So yeah, I tell you, the hearts would be in mouths backstage. Jose said WWE are missing those top matches that Sasha, Bayley, Charlotte, and Becky used to put on. Maybe. I mean, the women's division, Rhea just hasn't had any opponents to be able to put on top banging matches. You know, she unfortunately is on a brand with a lot of women that are establishing themselves. So she will face a Zoe Stark. She will face a Indy Hartwell or a Candice LeRae, or, do you know what I mean? There's women over there that are really trying to find their feet on the main roster. And it's kind of good and bad, to be honest. The reason why I say that is because you can always do Rhea against a big opponent at a premium live event, right? And then that means that on TV, she's wrestling the people that are a bit lower down the card, which, to be perfectly truthful, is where it should be. That's kind of how it should be. It should be that on Raw, whatever, we get these lower down challengers. But when we get to the premium live event, that's when we bring out the real juicy stuff. But it does also mean that there's not loads of matches you can look back on when it comes to Rhea and say, like, oh, that was amazing, that was amazing, that was amazing. But you absolutely can have one for WrestleMania. And I would imagine Becky will be the opponent. So Becky versus Rhea, that match will bang. Because last year we did Charlotte versus Rhea, and to many people it was like WWE's match of the year. So I've no worries about that. I think that they have got the ability to turn to the matches they need to when they need to. And I would say that Io Bailey will bang as well. If you think about Io versus Bianca from Backlash last year in Puerto Rico, the crowd were going crazy for that. That's the one where they were booing Bianca and cheering Io. And again, Io's title reign, she hasn't defended it against that many people. Those that she has have been pretty low down the pecking order. A Michin, for example. She defended against Michin on, was it New Year's Revolution earlier this year? And no offense to Michin, but she's not got much in the way of momentum. But, you know, what's that on the horizon? Io against Bailey. I mean, I'm sure that's going to cook. I'm sure that's going to cook. And word on the street is that we may be getting the Jade Cargill Bianca Belair tag team, which I think makes a lot of sense. I think on the WrestleMania prediction card that I put up, I had that as one of the matches. So I did a early WrestleMania card prediction video weeks ago, and I did have them two as a tag team. And the reason why I went that way is because I do just question as to whether Jade is ready for a WrestleMania singles match. You know, all we've heard from Triple H is that she is not as far along in her development as we thought. So I do look at her having a singles match at WrestleMania, and I do think to myself, ooh, is that the right place to do this? I kind of feel like she needs protecting a little bit. She needs to be in a tag match. She needs to go in and look amazing and then get back out before she outstays her welcome. And so tagging in and out with Bianca would make a lot of sense. And what big name opponents that would be for the Kabuki Warriors, who obviously are going to need a big juicy match themselves. So Jade and Bianca against the Kabuki Warriors. I'm totally down for that. So I sort of feel like the women's division is in a really interesting place where we can get the big matches we need when we need, but most of the time we are not putting out bangers, right? And I completely agree. But it's probably right. It's probably the right way of doing it, you know, because it makes the premium live events feel bigger, because you're really getting the special stuff. Whereas on the TV shows, you know, we kind of explore the women's division a little bit more on the TV shows, which means using the likes of Tegan Nox and whatnot. Alchem Meltzer said the safest wrestling company to ever exist damn near killed one of the Hardys. Broke his nose, didn't he? That was a real shocking moment, that was. I mean, that was doing the rounds. It was absolutely everywhere. That Sammy Guevara splash. And, yeah, really shocking. Really, really shocking. I heard that he didn't have a concussion, right? So he didn't have a concussion, but he did suffer a broken nose. Don't know how long he's going to be out for. Apparently there was a little angle afterwards, which a lot of people thought was real, but I'm of the opinion that it wasn't. I think that after the match, they always planned to do a little something between Sammy and the Hardys, and I think that just played out as it did, right? I don't think that Matt Hardy came down because of that spot. I don't think that what they did after was as a result of the injury. It felt a little scripted. It felt a little like they were performing to me. Could be wrong, but I didn't look at, because that clip got shared around going, oh, did you see how angry they were after the match? Like Matt Hardy came down and stuck his finger up at Sammy. I really don't think that's how you would react, right, in that moment. I really don't think that's how a veteran would deal with that, right? I don't think you would want to risk your job by storming out there and, like, you know, sticking your finger up at someone in front of the live crowd and because you're that angry. I kind of feel like that is work. I feel like it was planned beforehand. They're building towards another angle, or the story's progressing, however, and it was what it was. So, yeah, it was a crazy situation, though. If you've not seen the clip, it's pretty brutal. And now that we know he actually broke his nose, even worse. Matt Carney, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you are well. Matt Carney said, Days, how does meaning work? How does meaning work? WWE often try to tell us what is meaningful. This feud, this belt, this stipulation, can they actually force us through repetition to feel a certain way about a thing? Well, again, mixed bag. I think that you're going to get different reactions from different people. I think, let's take the World Heavyweight Championship for an example. So they want us to feel like that is meaningful. And I think there are certainly ways that it becomes meaningful. And then I think there are ways that it is not meaningful. So, for example, it's not meaningful for Cody to get the World Heavyweight Championship. And the reason why is because that's not the belt he needs to complete the mission that he is on. He is trying to finish his story, and that belt will not do it for him. It will go a step towards finishing the story, but it does not finish the story, right? You have to know the story to know how to finish the story. And as we know, the story is his dad tried to win the WWE Championship. I believe it was WWF maybe at that point. I think it changed around that time, so it could have been WWF or even WWF Championship. But either way, he won the match by count out, so he got his hands on the belt and was holding it up in the air, but it wasn't actually his. And so 8-year-old Cody said, I want to win that and I want to give it to my dad. So he needs the WWE Championship. The World Heavyweight Championship will not get the story finished. Does go a step, though, because no Rhodes has ever been a world champion. So that would be a massive step in that direction to actually win a world championship in WWE. So I think that it's a belt that's trying to find its value. It's a belt that's trying to find its meaning. It has not been helped in recent weeks by being caught up in this whole Cody situation. This is one of the ways you can tell that they've pivoted, is because that belt has been disrespected. And honestly, like, there's been no payoff for it. We've just, disrespected Seth. We've disrespected the belt. And I think the positive side of that negativity was going to arrive when Cody challenged Seth, and then we started to build up what the belt meant. But of course, Cody hasn't challenged Seth, so that positivity has not arrived. So I kind of feel that that is a world championship. For someone like Sammy, it would have a lot of meaning. For someone like Damian Priest, it would have a lot of meaning. It is a world championship. You can call yourself a WWE world champion. You know, when we do the counting up the title reigns, and the Randy Orton has got like 14 and Ric Flair has got 16 and Cena's got 16. Well, it would count towards that, right? It would count towards that. So if Randy Orton wins that belt, he goes to 15, right? So it has meaning. It has to, because it's got value. It has the ability to do that to someone's career, right? If Ric Flair came back and beat Seth, he would be a 17-time world champion, right? And that's obviously a record and a stat that people really care about. So the belt would have meaning in that regard, but it's very difficult because, people didn't want to see Cody go for it because it wasn't relevant to him. But if you're a Sammy, I mean, that's going to look like Mount Everest for him to win that. So it's an interesting one. I think that there's no one answer, is there? How do you make something have meaning? Well, you have to protect it. You have to value it. You have to show that other people value it. And then, yeah, you should be able to make some progress with that. If you think about at the end of days, so I think they could have done a better job with that, but apparently no one had kicked out at the end of days. And eventually someone did. I forget who it was, but no one had kicked out at the end of days. And so he really Baron protected his finisher. He really was. I think he said that John Cena asked him, what do you want to do in their match? And he went, well, the one thing I don't want to do is I don't want you kicking out of my finisher and I won't kick out of yours. And that was like something that was laid down as groundwork. We need to protect our finishers. And so he valued that, and he wanted that to have meaning, that if he hit it, he put people away. And I would say that move always felt like a good move. It always felt like it was going to put someone away. It had the ability to do that. Kind of subconsciously as well, because I didn't know that no one had kicked out of it, but you just knew when he hit it, that was a big moment. So that had meaning, that because it was protected. But I still think they could have done a better job of telling us, repeating it, making a bigger deal out of no one kicks out of it. You could have had merch, no one kicks out of the end of days, you know? It could have been a catchphrase. They could have really got it over and really made a bigger thing out of it, so that when someone did kick out of it eventually, it was a massive... The fact I can't remember who it was who did kick out of it, it shows that, like, we didn't quite get it right. It also shows my memory is garbage, but you get my point. So yeah, I think it's one of those where you can give things meaning and it'll land with people, but not everybody. Everyone's different, of course. So you can hype something up and make something a massive deal, and not everyone is going to look at it and think to themselves like, yeah, this is valuable, you know, but some people will. So a tricky one to answer once again, Matt, but I hope we were kind of in the ballpark. And Matt said, you missed my super chat. Matt, shout out to you. Yeah, I won't get to them straight away, but I've got a helpful guide, a helpful tool from YouTube where now it lists them all, so I can go back and see them, and also I can just heart them so I see which ones I've read. So we will get to them. Eventually we will get to them. But Matt, I hope you're well, buds. I hope you're well. And a thought-provoking question once again. Tackling wrestling from a whole different sphere. I like it. Jose said, Days, do you think that the Usos experiment of going singles is working? Usos as a unit was way better. I think Usos as a unit was better. I think that Jay is showing, though, that there is something there. I think when the bell rings and he is having his match, it's good. I mean, he's so experienced, you know, it's good, but I think the sizzle is better than the steak. And what I mean by that is that the arms being lifted, the yeets, the support the crowd has got for him, all of that is better than when the bell rings. When the bell rings, you tend to just get a decent match, right? But I've yet to see that Jey Uso singles match that's like Gunther-esque, that's like 5-star classic, which may arrive on Monday because he's facing Gunther. So what I'm looking for might be literally just a few days away. But yeah, I mean, clearly I would say when the bell rings, if you've got the Usos together in a tag match, you're talking about one of the greatest tag teams we've ever seen. I mean, it's absolutely, you could make the argument that Usos are the best tag team WWE has ever had, right? You really could. You really, really could. I mean, Legion of Doom will always come to mind, right? For me, they are the mountaintop, but I think a lot of their success, you have to include the Road Warriors, which is them outside of WWE. If we just look at Legion of Doom and just their WWE career, not stuff from NWA or outsides, I think the Usos are right there, man. I really do. I think they're right there. And people might want to say, like, the Dudleys and the New Age Outlaws. Again, if you look at just WWE and look at just how many banging matches the Usos have had and how long they've been doing it as well. You know, they've been around since, is it like 2010? it's around that kind of ballpark. It's a good 12, 13, 14 years, you know? So they've got the longevity. They've had some banging matches. Their feuds with the New Day in particular. Wow. I mean, and then add in the fact that they were one of the first teams to main event WrestleMania with their 5-star Dave Meltzer rated match against Sammy and Kevin Owens. I mean, when does Dave Meltzer award main roster WWE matches 5 stars? It is very, very rare, right? Very, very rare. And in the history of WrestleMania, there can only be a handful. There really can only be a handful. There's many examples like Undertaker Shawn where he said 4.75, you know? Kurt Angle famously never getting a 5-star match, right? But Meltzer, and it's Meltzer. I know that people are going to be like, who cares, right? But we're just making the case for the Usos and how special they are and how I think you can regard them as one of the greatest. I mean, I would have no problem, right, with chiseling the Usos into the WWE Mount Rushmore for tag teams. No problem whatsoever. I don't even feel like I need a conversation. I feel like you might as well just start chiseling. If they ain't the best tag team in WWE history, they're in the top 4. So just start chiseling away. Just start putting the Usos on Mount Rushmore. So, yeah, it's going to be really hard for them as singles to compete with that. It's going to be really hard. Jimmy, you know, I think Jay has got the crowd support. He's got the yeets. He's got the arm thing, right? As I said, for me, the problem is more when the bell rings. I've yet to see the match that lives up to that. In regards to Jimmy, we don't even have the stuff outside of the ring. I like the no yeet, but it's not as over. I also think that he can be quite funny, Jimmy, and I don't think we've dug into that enough. I think the Bloodline story was a bit confused as well, because don't forget, at one point, Jimmy was out of the Bloodline and then just sort of found his way back in. It was a bit, for a story that's been so focused on detail and making sure that it's really satisfying, that bit was not great. Him wandering off and then coming back again, because he did super kick Roman. So, you know, the Usos were on the out. So I kind of feel that Jimmy just, I don't know, I don't think we quite know what to do with him, if I'm going to be honest. It sort of feels like he's just there. And like, we're focused on Roman and we're focused on Solo, who clearly is going to be a big player going forwards. And Jimmy is just sort of there because we want to do something with Jay. I think we're way more focused on Jay as a solo star than we are with Jimmy. So, yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I think the Usos together are better as a unit. I think there is something to explore with Jimmy as a solo star. I don't see him as the next face of the company. I didn't see him as being the one to beat Roman. I think that there are better options, like Cody. And then you're just kind of left with, what do I do with Jimmy? And I think it might be really fun if Jimmy got his own bloodline. Could you imagine if Jimmy wanted to be the tribal chief, right? It's all he wants. He wants to be Roman, right? But he doesn't have anyone to boss around. So what if we gave him some minions, some people even further down the chain, you know, like your Tozawas and whatnot, right? You wouldn't go R-Truth because it would be a bit too silly. You sort of need like some people that really want to get somewhere in WWE. So I would go with a Tozawa that would be a bit more serious, or a Drew Gulak or whatever, that kind of level. Put them with Jimmy and then have them like Jimmy bossing them around and them acknowledging Jimmy and whatever. And then you could even have some humor where like Roman walks in as they're acknowledging him or whatever, and Roman's asking what's going on and Jimmy's all sheepish. Like, I feel like there's definitely things you could do with Jimmy. We just haven't done them. And I don't really know why, other than I don't think we're putting that level of work into the storyline. I think we're a lot more focused on the top end, which is probably right. You know, right now they're focused on Roman, Rock, maybe a little bit of Solo. Don't know that we're that focused on Jimmy. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think they were better together, but I think there is something to explore with Jay. Brony said it was Drew that kicked out at the end of days. Thank you, Brony. Got Any Nick said, I want John Cena to come back and help get Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins. He's got to get his back on Solo, says Got Any Nick. Edward, hello, shout out to you. Jeremy said, I would love to see the Iconics. That would be cool. They would get a big pop in their home country. I'd love, I would like that as well. Yeah, that would have been cool. Obviously, it's not going to happen. I think one is pregnant or has just had a baby. Was it Billie Kay? Just had a baby, I believe, and Peyton Royce had a baby. She might even be pregnant again. So I think they've been off popping out babies, to be honest. But yeah, I love the Iconics. I was a big fan of Billie Kay. I really, really think that's one that got away. I think if you look at the success that Chelsea Green is having now and how much people love Chelsea Green, Billie Kay was right there years ago. She was right there. We could all see it. I'm not telling you anything you didn't know. We could all see what Billie Kay was capable of, right? And how funny in her facial expressions, her comedic timing. She could do everything that Chelsea Green could do, right? And we got rid of her, and then we brought in Chelsea Green, and I just don't know why. I don't know why we got rid of someone that, for me, was as good as what Chelsea Green is. And this is no shade on Chelsea Green. I still would have brought her in. And actually, I think them two together could have been a hell of a team. Could have been absolutely amazing to have done Billie Kay with Chelsea Green. Or even put them on separate brands. So you've got like a funny female on Raw and a funny female on SmackDown. And then, you know, at the Royal Rumble, you could do a little summit between them. Or WrestleMania, there's a little backstage thing between them. So Peyton was fine. I think she was pretty decent in the ring. Pretty solid. Not too much that was spectacular, but she could do a couple of bits. But it was Billie that really was the one I was hoped for, and I was very disappointed when she ended up leaving. That was a Kevin Dunn thing, apparently. He just didn't get her. He just didn't see the appeal. Loser. Dragon Slayer, shout out to you, my friend. What do you feel about Bloodline versus Authority? I would not call them Authority because that is not a good word. Authority back in the day was the heels, and I don't. For me, it's going to be weird having Authority as like faces. Authority, that's what you rebel against, isn't it? So, I don't know. I wouldn't go with that as the name. Maybe you just go with, like, Team Cody or something like this. The American Nightmares, right? Maybe you go with something like that. But, yeah, a Bloodline against whatever they're going to be called. I'm down for it. My only problem is I wouldn't do it night one, as I said. I'm really worried about, like, I don't know. I'm worried about the injury. Yeah, I'm worried about the injury. I'm worried about, like, there being an issue where Roman gets injured. If Roman gets injured on night one, we've completely ruined night two. I would even go as far as to say we've ruined WrestleMania if Roman gets injured on night one. And I just don't know that it's worth the risk. Every big spot, you're going to be like, oh my God, please don't injure Roman. Please don't injure Roman. I just want to watch the match and just enjoy it. I really would delay it. I would do it after WrestleMania. I've said I would build it up. It would be the major focus. There would be no finish in the story to worry about. Because don't forget, a good chunk of this build is going to have to focus on Cody and Roman, right? So a good chunk of the build is going to have to focus on that. And then the rest of the build's going to obviously focus on the tag match if that's what we do. But I would much rather we do a show where we only focus on a tag match and we don't have to worry about Roman being injured and the story is potentially already finished. Imagine Rock and Roman wanting revenge. Imagine them wanting revenge. Imagine them being like killers in the jungle, as The Rock keeps putting out. So imagine they're desperately trying to get their hands on Cody and Seth, and it's not about winning, it's about finishing them. Oh, you might have the belt, but I'm going to take your career, right? I mean, you could really build up something good, man. You could really build up something good. If they end up doing that at Survivor Series, whoa, it's a long way away, an awful long way away, but there is so much potential. I mean, I don't know if you can do Cody versus Rock at SummerSlam, but Cody versus Rock at SummerSlam would be amazing, right? It would be amazing if we could do that. So you do Cody Roman at WrestleMania, Cody Rock at SummerSlam, and then do a War Games. A War Games with Bloodline as the one team, including The Rock, and then you do like Cody, you do Seth, you do Solo, or maybe you didn't know. I was going to say, maybe you do Solo. Maybe Solo will have left at that point, but you are going to need people on Team Bloodline, aren't you? So you probably are going to have to keep Solo around. That'll be an interesting one, actually, because he is sure to break away from the Bloodline, but when will that happen? If you are going to do Bloodline at Survivor Series, you're probably going to have to keep Solo involved, aren't you? So yeah, it's a really interesting one. There's so many ways that we can go, and the truth is I'm not 100% certain WWE know where they're going, because obviously we've had to pivot, so they're kind of putting plans and cementing plans as we speak. But hopefully they've got something outlined by now, and hopefully tonight is going to be a real big moment on the road to wherever it is that we're heading. So yeah, I agree. I think that Bloodline or Authority, whatever they're going to be called, is definitely a match we have to do. The question becomes, when do you do it? And for some people, they'll be like, do it night one. Just do it night one. We'll run the risk and it'll be fine, kind of a thing. And, you know, there's not really any arguing with that. My only counter would be, I would be worried about the injury, and I would be worried that the build is not solely focused on that match, because you've got to build Cody and Roman. And I would also be worried that that we could do better, to be honest. I think we could run that match later, and it would be a better match if we did it a bit further down the road. So those would be my concerns. Those would be my reasons to not do it at WrestleMania. But I don't know. Things are definitely suggesting that we're heading in that direction. We'll see. Darwin, shout out to you, my friend. Hope you are well. Darwin said, Days, just seeing someone recorded WWE Experience. He works there. It looks astonishing. I can't say too much, but they are putting so much effort into it. I am hyped for Rock versus Roman. Well, I don't think it's going to be much of a spoiler for Unseen. We are doing Unseen after SmackDown, of course. And I said it earlier, a big thank you for everyone that supports that video series. It is very important to the channel. The channel has always been looking for a video series to kind of run with the streams, and we've tried recaps and we've tried reviews, and we've done lots of different things that we've tried. There's always been little positives, but it's never felt like it's 100% fitted or 100% worked. But Unseen is definitely by a country mile the best received video series that we've ever done in recent years. So loving those, hence why they are daily, right? Love doing them, love compiling them, love the reaction to them, love the fact it involves you guys and you get shout outs and all that stuff. I mean, it just ticks a lot of boxes. But one of the things we've been really focused on during that video series is WWE Experience, which is the fan building event, convention, exhibition, there it is, that's the word, in Saudi Arabia. And I think that for me, it's been a bit of a challenge, because I really want to be hyped for it, because it's exactly what I've been hoping to see. It's exactly what I've wanted WWE to do for years and years and years. So I really want to be hyped for it, but I have to be honest about what I see, because I have not been massively impressed, right? What we've seen so far feels very cold to me. It feels like it's been designed by someone that knows wrestling, but is trying to create something using the IP, using wrestling, but not actually, I think, quite hitting the mark as to what wrestling fans would want. It's kind of like we've gone to a company and they've got a bit of a knowledge, or they've been brought up to speed with wrestling. They've been shown, you know, some of the key characters, told a bit about them, and they've then designed an exhibition type venue around that. So it's like, okay, so The Undertaker, he's all about death, and he's all about, like, you know, graveyards. How about we do an escape room and we'll theme it like The Undertaker, right? It doesn't actually mean anything, you know? What does an escape room actually mean? Like, you're just doing an escape room, really, and you're just making out that it's The Undertaker, right? So to me, I'm looking at this stuff which just feels, all right, that's fine, that whatever, right? You know, pictures on the wall, great. Logo on the wall, lovely. A few belts in glass cases, okay. I mean, I can see replica belts. If I go to WWE Live, if you have a look at the truck outside, they tend to have belts there. I mean, I can see them. That's not a problem. I've got some of my own. What I'm after is, I'm after stuff which is really special. I'm after stuff that I would really want to see as a wrestling fan, right? If this is meant to connect me with WWE, I don't know how an escape room does that. And pictures on the wall, fine. I can look at pictures on the internet. Give me a reason to go, right? And I've said during the Unseen videos, can I stand in a ring? Can I stand in a ring? Will I be able to stand in a ring, and will you take my picture, right? Can I be inside an elimination chamber? Can I stand inside of a Hell in a Cell? If you're going to give me a WWE experience, surely that's the experience that fans would want. Can I do an entrance? So would I be able to walk down and, like, do my own entrance? That would be an experience people would want. Is there a room where I can walk in and experience what it must be like to have a stadium full of people in front of me? You know that kind of shot they sometimes take behind the superstar, and all you can see is the crowd in front of them. I think, like, you know, that one of Stone Cold, was it at WrestleMania 19, as he was coming down to the ring and we were behind him and all you could see was the crowd and the ring ahead of him. Imagine if there was a room that you went into and the wall was massive, and like all around you, you feel like you are on a stage, and you feel like there's an arena of people staring at you. Right, and that is an experience I think fans would want to experience. What is it like to step out at WrestleMania? What's it like to walk out on that stage and have a stadium of people staring at you, right? All the way, everywhere you look. That, to me, is a lot more interesting than an escape room that they've just jazzed up to look like The Undertaker, right? Or some pictures on a wall, right? That, to me, is the WWE experience. Being able to get into a ring is a WWE experience. Being able to do your own entrance is a WWE experience. And another thing as well would be to see some of the ring war gear, you know, and see some of the artifacts from the past. You know, show me the broken chairs, the broken tables from, like, key moments. Show me the table that Edge set on fire that Mick Foley went through, for example. Show me the Smackdown fist, the actual Smackdown fist, right, that was used as part of the set. They have it. It's in the warehouse, right? Show me the vehicle that Braun Strowman flipped over. Show me the car that he flipped over, right? Show me the iconic ring gear from, like, WrestleManias of time gone by, right? Give me a reason to go that is stuff that I want to see, or things that I want to experience. And I have to say, from what I've seen up until today, I would say my interest was quite limited. But today they did show something that I was very excited for. It was a 40 years of WrestleMania exhibition, and it had, like, Macho Man's cloak. It was all Ring War stuff. So it had, like, Macho Man's cape, his cloak. It had, like, Triple H's jacket, Ultimate Warrior stuff, boots, tights, entrance gear, bits. Basically, what I've been asking for, they gave me some of that today. Now, if it's just going to be that one exhibition, just 40 years of like WrestleMania exhibition. I don't know that that's enough to get me to go at the moment. I hope that they're gonna like reveal more as time goes by, and maybe some of those things that we've spoke about. I mean, I think if you could get into a ring, that would be very interesting. They've got a ring set up. There is a room that you can go into that's got a ring set up in the middle of it. I just don't know if you can get into the ring. I just think if, as a wrestling fan, to stand in an official WWE ring, see the turnbuckles, see for yourself, like, how far away are the ropes? And you can imagine, like, right, if I was to run these ropes, how far is it? When you're in there, it might be shockingly small. You might get in there and be like, I can't believe it's only this big. I thought it was way bigger than this. But when you're actually in there, you know, your perspective, you're looking around and it might just be like, wow, I didn't expect it to feel like this. I thought it was going to be bigger, or I thought it'd be smaller. Wow, this is much bigger than I thought. How the hell do they do splashes from up there? Perhaps the turnbuckles are taller than you thought. Like, I just think that would be such a good experience. And you could do things like that at Access. WrestleMania Access, you could get into a ring. But I don't think they've really gone big with Access for a few years, and I don't even know if they're doing one this year, actually. I don't even know if they've announced the WrestleMania Access. I would hope so, because I always thought it was fantastic. I always thought it was brilliant, and it was always the thing I wanted to go to the most. And that's what I want this building to be. Don't give me an escape room that you've just jazzed up that doesn't really mean anything, right? Don't put some pictures on a wall and expect me to wet myself. Give me stuff that I really want to go and see. Give me stuff that is a WWE experience. And then, honestly, if there was enough things, you know, like 3-4 things that I was like, yeah, there's a chance that I would definitely go. Like, Saudi Arabia is quite a distance from the UK. It's further from America, but I am fortunate I'm in the UK. So it's not as far from me, but it's still a hell of a way. And I don't know, man, for something like that kind of a once in a lifetime special experience, like, I want to go to WWE experience and see it like that's my WrestleMania, you know? There's people that buy WrestleMania tickets and that's their dream. My dream isn't really to go to WrestleMania. My dream would be more to go to Access and see the Ring War stuff from the past and all that stuff. And if that's what this is going to be, well, then, yeah, that would be like me going to WrestleMania. I'll just go to WWE Experience instead. But at the moment, it's not quite scratch the itch, you know? It being in Saudi Arabia doesn't really bother me, to be honest. You know, it's not ideal, but I've got a feeling that we're going to be doing a lot in Saudi Arabia. Vince said in his last interview there for the Fury Ngannou fight, he got interviewed and he said, this is our home now. This is our home. And he made a big thing about what we're going to do here. You know, we haven't even got started yet. So he was making big comments saying like Saudi Arabia was very much in their plans, very much in their future. I don't know what the situation's going to be once the deal expires to do the shows over there. I don't know if there'll be a new deal, but clearly they're very committed opening up this WWE experience in Saudi Arabia. You know, it's not long ago that would have been unfathomable. And not long ago, this exhibition would have been in Florida, which still would have been much better. But, yeah, I could talk about the experience thing for quite a while, but I've got big opinions on it because I care, and I really want it to be good. And I really want it to be something that wrestling fans would want to go to. So, very pleased to see what we saw today. And we will still include it in Unseen. And I'll show you all the images and everything in that. I might even have some, actually. It does feel a bit moody to talk about it and not show the images. I'm sure I've been tagged in a fair few. Let's see if we can go down and... Oh, where is it? Here we go. Here. Right, this is... So here's a few more glimpses inside the incredible WWE experience. So this is, I think, the shop, maybe? Which looks kind of See if we can make it a bit bigger. There we go. That looks okay. I mean, it's a shop in it. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. So there you can see like Cody's entrance attire. You can see what looks to be like an OG. I mean, that can't be his actual Money in the Bank though, can it? I mean, because he's still got it. So I don't know if that's a early one that they did or if it's just a replica. But that must be like a proper OG tag belt. That looks like the 90s tag belt. And then you got this Cody attire, you got this Cena shirt, Cena towel. Maybe that was a ladder that was actually used at one point. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a bit of blurb here that we could read. But if this is like authentic ring war stuff and that's one of the actual belts, that is exactly what I'm after. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm looking for. These look like WrestleMania signs as well, don't they? Can you see, like, just behind Cody, that looks like the start of a W, and that actually looks like an A behind Cena. So I think these bits on the side are bits of actual WrestleMania sign that that was used. So, you know, that's what I'm after. Very, very much that's what I'm after. This is the graveyard escape thing, which looks fine. I mean, you know, it looks fine, but you could easily just change this and make it Fast and Furious. You know, what does it actually mean? It's just a fun thing to do whilst you're there, isn't it? But it's not I think what it is it's whilst you're there, why not do this? It's not a reason to get on a plane and go. That's my point. I don't look at this and go, oh my God, I need to jump on a plane. I need to do that, right? It's just whilst I'm there, it'll be a fun thing to do. And this as well, which again, if it was going to be every belt, then let's go. You know, if the plan is that I can walk through here and look at every championship belt that they've had and like read about it and whatever, then that would be really, really cool. But at the moment, this is a picture of 6 of them, you know. I do think they could just have a little bit of blurb somewhere just to say, like, what the plan is for this room. Like, what is this room? What's the point of this room? Is it just going to focus on world titles? Is it just focusing on the WWE Championship? I mean, I can see belts that are not the WWE Championship, so is it going to be all belts? Is it just a certain selected range of belts? Or, I don't know. Like, for me, these ones, I'm a bit like, but that is what gets me. That is access in it. And the shop looks cool. I mean, the shop does look good. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what more they've got. And they keep... Oh, God, have you seen this? This will be an unseen. They've done a dirty, man. They have done a dirty... Do you know that's Kathy Kelly? What have they done to this poor woman's hair? And she's wearing, like, flat shoes, and she just doesn't look happy. I feel like the face is okay. It's okay. The hair just doesn't seem right. Maybe the facial expression is off. And also the flat shoes just make it look like she's been told off and told she's got to wear these flat shoes instead. I don't know, man. People are not feeling it. The Simple said, and I thought they did Bailey dirty. Mert56 said, what have they done? Christopher said, I hope that's just a fan creation. Eric says, oh. Babyface said they've done a dirty. Taker Luke said WTF. Win said they've done a dirty. Kalen said, what have they done to my queen? Nick said, are we sure it's not Kevin Kelly? Connor said, that's not Kathy Kelly. That's Minnie from the Crew Carey show. And I don't know who that is. So, yeah, look, we've got, look at this, Boozer. So, better wrestling experience. Says, no script for Roman or Rock. Enjoy the turnout. Let's go. Let's go. Aaron, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Aaron said, I was, appreciate the support, man. Appreciate the support. And you know you don't have to. Aaron said, I was very surprised Bronson Reed didn't go to the chamber. Can't wait for WrestleMania and Go Access. Are they doing it? Is it actually on? Can't wait for WrestleMania and go to Access. Got to see Cody come back. Could I see him finish the story? Thanks for everything. Aaron, shout out to you. You've got me wondering about Access now, so I want to have a look. WrestleMania 40 Access. WWE announces major events for the week of WrestleMania. Okay, what have they announced? Hall of Fame, Stand and Deliver, Kickoff Show. They will be teaming. Oh. Yes, okay. Accept all. Going on. They will be teaming with Fanatics Events, which is described as a first-of-its-kind multi-day WWE fan and collector event in the heart of Philadelphia. That's me, innit? That is so me. It is not clear if this is an expansion to Access events or if it's going to be a separate fan experience. So... Fanatics Events putting on a first-of-its-kind multi-day WWE fan and collector. Oh my god, mate. That just sounds like my heaven. That sounds like my absolute heaven. A multi-day fan and collectors event around WrestleMania. Oh my god. I feel sick. I feel sick with excitement, and I'm not even going. Yeah, just have a great time. Take every picture you can. I want to see every inch of Access. WrestleMania, overrated, isn't it? Access though. Yeah, look, Bronson Reed. I think he'll make it. I think he'll. I'm thinking Last Chance Battle Royal. That he'll find a way into the chamber, or he's going to be there. Surely he's going to be there. I know that on Unseen, I think someone mentioned that he was going to have a baby soon. But surely he's going to be there, you know? I know that you wouldn't want to miss the birth of your child, and I'm sure your partner would, like, want you to be there, but I don't know, man. When are they going to go back to Australia? That's like two once in a... Well, it might not be once in a lifetime. We did do Super Showdown, didn't we? God, I don't know, man. What do you do there? Are you going to be there for the birth of your child? Or are you going to go to Australia with WWE? And we don't know when they're going back. I mean, there is Skype. So, it's tricky, isn't it? It's tricky. It's probably best I don't give my answer. Although, you did see how excited I was for Access, yeah? So, I think you know which way I'd be going. You can always have other babies. You can be there for the next one. Do you know what I mean? Be there for the next one. All right, so you've missed one. But you can always be there for the next one. But can you go and do another Australian premium live event with WWE? Maybe not. Maybe not. Will I see Cody finish the story? Well, I hope so. I hope so. You better make noise for Cody. Better not be one of them. Better not be one of them rock fans. You better be a Cody crybaby, Aaron. Aaron, please confirm. Are you a Cody crybaby? Thank you. Gareth said, much love from Hartlepool. I acknowledge you. You don't have to acknowledge me. You, who should you acknowledge? Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. That's who we're acknowledging these days. We should acknowledge all of us. We changed the flipping story, didn't we? And they were going to do Rock Roman if it weren't for all of us shouting on social media trying to get it changed, which, you know, everything says that it was us that changed it. Not us, but, like, you know, as a collective, the WWE universe, which is amazing. Amazing. I have seen people saying, is that power corrupts. Like, is that a bad thing? Is that a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Like, what does this mean for the future if fans have now got the ability to change storylines? I would say let's not go too deep with it, right? We were able to change this one, and I don't know that we'll be able to change any others, but this is a pretty big one. It's WrestleMania 40. It's the main event. I don't think like you're going to see loads of campaigns now. Well, you might see people try, but I don't know that you'll see any that will gain the same kind of traction that the Cody one got, you know? I saw that they were trying to get the Bayley versus Io main event one going, and it didn't really take off. Kind of got to like 1,000 tweets, whatever, and then it's just, I don't know, it's disappeared now. So I think you'll see things like that, like trying to get somewhere. But, I mean, the Cody one was just so special. It was so special. That's very much in a league of its own. But, yeah, in regards to who should main event night one, I'm a bit torn on it, to be honest. I kind of feel like Bayley and Io is probably the one that you would pencil in, because I am a big believer that Royal Rumble winners should main event. And it's been a good story as well, so it does tick that box also. So, you know, I'm kind of looking at it thinking, well, it's ticking every box. It's doing everything it should be doing. So really it should main event, but I don't know. If you're going to do like that tag match, unless you're going to open WrestleMania with it, which would be pretty wild. I know opening WrestleMania is very important, but closing is headlining. We don't keep tabs of who opened WrestleMania, do we? We never talk about like who opened WrestleMania. Did you know that such and such opened WrestleMania 10 times? We never talk about that. We always talk about main eventing WrestleMania. That's always the thing, isn't it? So I kind of feel like if you put in The Rock on as the opening match, like that just seems wild, doesn't it? Seems wild. I think if The Rock's going to have a match on night one, it's main eventing. It's closing the show. And I sort of feel like it should as well, if I'm going to be honest. He's one of the biggest stars in the world. It's The Rock. I kind of feel like, I don't know that you could get away with it opening night one. When I first heard the idea, I was on board. Because I was like, well, you know, opening is a big deal. And then it means that you can have the Rumble win a main event. So it does tick boxes. But the more you think about it, you go, is that right? To start the show and have The Rock and then, like, I don't know, half an hour later, that's it. The Rock's done. Bin. Gone. Surely everything after that is going to be a bit of a come down. How are you going to follow a Rock match? Crowd are going to be knackered. Aren't they? Surely. How are you going to follow a Rock match? Can't do that. Surely you can't do that. Surely if The Rock has a match, he main events and closes the night. Don't know. It's one that's obviously we can check around and explore. Shakeem said AEW talent is reportedly frustrated with Tony Khan. I did read this. Yeah, I mean, I could understand it as well. I think if you look at the ratings, they have been around that 800,000, 850,000 mark for a long time now. So there's no sign of growth. Obviously, the counter would be there's no sign of a decline. So that would be the counter, right? But if you are busting your gut, right? And week after week after week, you're just seeing 800,000, 810,000, 820,000, 850,000, 800,000, 820,000, and you're just not moving forwards. You know, you're spinning your wheels. You're kind of stuck in the mud a little bit, right? You're spinning your wheels. You could understand it being a case that you would be getting a bit frustrated, right? Because with WWE, they are market leaders. They do bring in the biggest ratings for the wrestling world. So for them, you know, if they do a 1-4, if they do a 1-5 and they stay there, it's not a problem. There's no one ahead of them that they're trying to close the gap on. They are the leaders, right? But for AEW, you know, they had the thought that they could be quite close to Raw. I mean, wasn't it Jericho who said in a couple of years, I really think we will overtake Raw? He did that. He said that for real in an interview. going back quite a few years ago now. You can tell that that was the mentality at the time, and there's clearly had to be an adjustment and a shift where they've accepted that that's not going to be the case at the moment. But yeah, you can understand the ratings just being level week after week after week. You could understand that being a bit like, add in the fact that they keep having to walk out and that whole hard cam side is empty. I mean, honestly, I don't think it's a problem to have the odd show where you've got a load of empty seats. I can go back in WWE history and find you tons of pictures where WWE have had the same, right? So I always say, like, you know, be careful when you're throwing rocks around that you're not in a glass house, because like WWE have been there. And if you want to show a picture of AEW with empty seats, someone will quickly find one of WWE and throw that in your face, right? So I don't engage in any of that. I'm not interested in any of that either, to be honest. But what I would say is that it's not a one-off. It's been week after week after week after week after week after week after week. Attendances haven't been growing. They've been declining as well. So, you know, back in the day, they would do like 4,000 seats. Now they're doing 3,000. And, yeah, if you kind of go and you've just got a whole side that's empty, you can imagine the wrestlers competing, knowing that the ratings aren't growing, knowing that the crowds are decreasing, and constantly cutting promos and wrestling in front of just a whole sea of empty seats. Yeah, you could understand that eventually that is going to start hitting morale. So I don't know if it's true or not, right? I could believe it. I think there's only so long that you can say everything's great, everything's amazing, everything's brilliant, but the evidence tell you otherwise, that you're going to be able to get away with it, right? And I think the frustrating thing for the talent is that they must look around the locker room and see the talent that they have and the talent that they're bringing in, and then look at the ratings and go, why are we not doing better? To me, Tony Khan is like, imagine your favorite football team hiring a really bad manager and you going on a series of getting really bad results. At some point, you fire the manager, don't you? Right? It happens all the time in soccer. You fire the manager. Managers come and go all the time. So I sort of feel like, to me, Tony Khan is that. He's someone that is steering the ship and is responsible now for a period of maybe growth in a revenue department, but actually the results on the pitch are not good enough. So I sort of feel like he might be the Glazers of the wrestling world. Man United are owned by the Glazers, and they've done well with generating revenue for Man United. Like, we've not been very good on the pitch, but actually bringing money in, they've been quite successful. But actually, you ask any fans and they want the Glazers out. They want the Glazers out because on the pitch, it's been atrocious. We haven't won the league for like over 10 years. And we've only had a few trophies within that time period. And people are just really down and deflated, and the fans are fed up. I kind of feel like you could probably mirror Tony Khan to that. I feel like if you talk to him, he'll tell you that the extra pay-per-views are bringing in more money and that revenue is better than it's been, and, you know, things are looking good. The ratings are holding steady, blah, 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 blah. But if you look at attendance, and if you look at the ratings and the fact they're not growing, and if you look at like how much excitement there is around WWE compared to like the buzz that's now around AEW, which is minimal. I mean, we've done a massive 360. Well, 180. 360 would get us back to where we were. We've done a 180. We're going in the other direction now. You know, AEW used to have a lot of buzz. Used to be the darling of the indie world. Like, it was very much... It was that little indie, right? Which you could argue it wasn't an indie, but it had that indie feeling. You know, it was a mega. It was the Bucks doing it for themselves, and we've had this conversation before. It had that indie feeling. If you watched the first All In, you know, it was full of like indie talent. You know, you had the likes of, I think it wasn't Joey Ryan on that show, MJF coming from MLW, of course. And there was a lot of women that were coming from like the indie scene. And basically they just got together the best talent that they could that was available. And it just felt like, you know, it was an independent show, you know. Could those guys put on an indie show and get 10,000 people to buy tickets? And they did. And then out of that, Tony bought them. And AEW was meant to be the promotion of that. It was meant to be the promotion of that. But as time went by, it changed into the Tony Khan show. And it stopped being what it was. And I think Cody always said, if we lose that feeling of All In, then it's gone. It's done. And I think they've lost it. I think they lost it a long time ago. So, yeah, you can understand it. I think AEW has got a great roster. I think there are some really good, talented performers. I think they are capable of having really good matches, and I've seen good matches in AEW. I think that it's a promotion that belongs. I think there is a need for AEW. I don't quite know how it fits in the landscape with TNA, because TNA has had a really exceptional run. And you can make an argument that they're kind of the indie darlings now. Like, people absolutely are loving them. But yeah, I think there's a place for AEW. But I just don't know what that's going to look like. But, you know, we've got Okada, we've got Mercedes, we've got Ospreay. We've got people coming in that could be that injection that they need. But have you got any confidence that they'll be booked correctly? Have you got any confidence that they'll be used correctly? I would hope so. I really would. I would really hope so. But the track record is not the strongest, I would say. You know? I think there's a few people that have gone to AEW that may be questioning as to whether they made the right call or not. We know that Andrade did. I don't know how Switchblade Jay White feels. But I don't think we've presented him, certainly when I was watching, as the big star that he is. And we can't faff around with Okada. We can't faff around with Ospreay. I mean, those are the two best wrestlers in the world, if you ask most people. Can't faff around with these. I mean, you have got absolute gold in them too. Absolute gold. You strap the rockets to them, right? Strap the flipping rockets to them. And see where you get to. So, yeah, I don't know. We could have a big conversation on AEW. I did see that. I don't know if it's true or if it's just a rumor, but you could understand it. You could understand why talent would be feeling that way. Blaze Radio, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Hope you're doing good, buds. Days, hope all is well. I'm good, man. I just found out yesterday I'm going to Mania Night 2. Can't wait. It's a bucket list for me for sure. That is amazing. Jeez, is anyone going to be on our stream? We are streaming WrestleMania, you know. Guys, I'm all for you living out your dreams, but you do realise we've got a stream. If the community is going off to WrestleMania, it's just going to be me sat here on my own. Oh, selfish. Aaron, wrestle with Andy. Blaze Radio, selfish, right? Now, have a great time. Have a fantastic time. I mean, of course you will. Night 2 as well. I mean, finish the story. Is it going to be done, as Aaron was saying earlier? We hope so. And, yeah, amazing. I would love to go to WrestleMania. It's just, as I said, for me, if I had to pick a ticket, if someone went, right, here's a ticket to this fan collector's access thing, right? Or here's a ticket to WrestleMania Night 2, I'm taking the fan collector's thing, right? Because, I mean, I'd want to know what was there first. But if it's a case of seeing things, getting up close, being able to look at the set, maybe you can even, like, stand in the Firefly Funhouse or so. Imagine that. Imagine if you was allowed to stand in the Firefly Funhouse and get your picture taken in the actual Firefly I mean, come on. Shut up. Amazing. Amazing. Right? Or you could, like, stand in the actual set of Piper. You can't touch anything. Don't touch anything. But you can stand there and get your picture taken. Or, as I said, back in the past, you could get into the Elimination Chamber. I'm not making that up. there is a fantastic, it's one of the best videos I've ever seen WWE make, right? It's a walkthrough of Access from a few years ago with Kathy Kelly, Triple H, and Stephanie McMahon. And those three walk around Access and they show you what you can do. And one of the things is getting into the Elimination Chamber. So they go into the Elimination Chamber and talk about how you can go in there, get your picture taken. Triple H says it brings back memories, blah, blah, blah. But they basically go around and they show you the Mattel stand and they show you like some of the exhibitions. They go to the Hall of Fame thing. Blew my mind. I think that video just blew my mind. Just like the stuff that you can do at Access just blew my mind. So yeah, that's stuck with me. Really has. But let's make no mistake about it. Getting a ticket to WrestleMania would be a very close second. I mean, I'd take the Access ticket, but as I'm walking away, I'm crying. Right? I'm crying as I'm walking off. Tears of happiness and tears of sadness. So, have a great time, dude. Have a great time. Mitchell said, we want William for Hall of Fame. We want Sonny for Hall of Fame, yeah. So, you might remember that we're doing a community Hall of Fame. And James Chadwick, Jennifer Palmer, those two went in for January. We've just started it. It's a way of recognizing like the key members of our community, showing them appreciation and thanks and acknowledging, right? Just as Roman is acknowledged, we are acknowledging some of the big names, key players in our community. And it felt like a Hall of Fame was a nice way of doing that. So what I've got the members doing is they're putting names forwards of key community members. They obviously don't have to be members, right? You have to be a member to nominate a name, but it doesn't have to be a member that you're nominating, if that makes sense. It could be anyone, right? As long as you view them as a key community member, someone you see regular, or someone whose messages you enjoy reading, or whatever it might be. So they're doing that. They're in the process of doing that. So that means that there'll be a poll on the channel very, very soon for you lot, all of you, to vote on. I will give you 5, there'll probably be about 5 names, and you'll be able to vote. The winner of that will be the February inductee into the Hall of Fame. That person then can provide a little acceptance speech. I'll put that out on the community tab of the channel, and I'll add them to the Hall of Fame plaque as well. So, yeah, but it's the recognition, you know, if you think that people have not only nominated your name, right, enough times for you to make the poll, but you've then won the poll. I mean, that's got to be a pretty sick feeling, hasn't it? to know that everyone appreciates you like that. So, yeah, it's a fun little thing that we're doing. So, William just campaigning for himself and for Sonny as well. Matthew, shout out to you, said, Days, what's the plan for LA Knight, do you think? Is he still the one to face Logan? I'm not sure anymore. Yeah, I haven't really wavered on that. I mean, it certainly doesn't feel like he's around the world title pictures. So there's been no conversation that he's going to be facing Seth. And clearly he's not facing Roman. So if he's not going to be around the world title pictures, then you go down the next level. You could do him against Gunther, but obviously they're on different brands. Not the biggest problem, but I can't see it. I think if we're going to have him go after a title, you could maybe put him in a tag team, but there's been no evidence of that. So really the only title that shows itself for me is the United States. Outside of that, you would potentially do a feud, and seems like we're building a little summit between him and AJ Styles. Now, whether that's going to rumble along and get all the way to Mania, I'm not sure. It could rumble along and get to Mania, and we end up with a triple threat, right? We could end up with Logan versus LA Knight versus AJ Styles, and we could end up doing it as a triple threat. Or it could rumble along and the United States Championship is in like a ladder match, right? So it could be that we get AJ versus LA Knight, nothing to do with the title. It could be that we do LA Knight versus Logan and AJ Styles gets involved or something, or maybe it gets turned into a triple threat. Or maybe we just have so many people that get added to this as time goes by, it becomes a ladder match. So I'm still not abandoning the LA Knight Logan Paul potential for a match. I'm not abandoning that at all. I think that that still feels very much like a likely direction that we could go. But yes, far from guaranteed. Far from guaranteed. But I would like to see him get a championship because I think he does deserve recognition for just how over he's got himself. I can understand, and this is not going to be popular, I can understand WWE hesitating to put a world title on him, right? And I can understand them looking at him at his age and thinking, do we really want to get behind someone that is, how old is he? LA Knight. In my head, he's about 40. He's 41. So he's 41. I reckon he's, got a good 3-4 years. Once you start getting to 45, your body can start, failing you. Certainly with how long he's been wrestling. He made his debut in 2003. He is a 21-year veteran, right? So sadly, he's come to WWE right at the end of his career. So at the age of 41, you're probably going to get a good 3-4 years out of him, right? WWE, I really wouldn't be shocked if they're looking at it going, is it worth going with someone that's only going to give us that amount of time when we could be building up an Austin Theory or a Grayson Waller or a Bron Breakker? Because don't forget, all these people are going to be competing for those spots as well. So it's really difficult. I think it's going to be the fans that will decide this. I don't think WWE have got any intention of him being a world champion or being like a big major face. I think they brought him in to be a steady hand, someone that you can use in a tag team, someone you can use for house shows, someone you can use just really to fill out the card, like a good mid-carder. Yeah, give him a run with the IC belt, give him a run with the United States belt, but we ain't got any plans to make him like this massive part of the company. But the fans have really took to him. So it's going to be, I think, for the fans to decide what happens next. And I think it's as simple as if the fans are going to be very vocal and they're going to be right behind him, I think WWE will have no option but to get him to a world title. But if the support for him is going to just dampen down now and people are going to cheer and they're going to pop, but, his merch doesn't sell as well, his YouTube views aren't as strong. The pop's still good when he comes out, but all the other numbers, the searches, the engagement and everything, it's just not as strong as it was. WWE might look at that then and go, right, I think that the LA Knight storm, the hype is kind of settling down a little bit now, and we can afford to get behind some of the other younger stars, So I really think it's going to be the fans that drive this. I think it's really going to come down to how much support LA Knight continues to receive. Because I think they've already used him more than they ever expected to. I don't think he was expected to be going up against Roman Reigns for the title or being in a title match at Royal Rumble, right? Or potentially being one of the favorites for Money in the Bank, So I think that him going up against Logan, I think he deserves that. He deserves that recognition of good work, Well done. You got yourself over. People love you. Let's give you this. Let's give the crowd this moment. I think they deserve that. And brilliant. And then, as we said, from there, hope he has a good run. And then it will come down to the fans as to what they want to do. Because I think if WWE are left to their own devices, I don't have any confidence that they're looking at him as being like someone to invest in. I think they're only doing it because of you lot, because of the fans. Another example of you using your voices and it being listened to, WWE are listening at the moment. Going with LA Knight is a clear sign of that, and pivoting with the main event of WrestleMania is another example. So yeah, it's a good time. It's a fun time being a fan. We've got a voice, which is good. Angie and Joshua, shout out to you. Hope you are well. Hope you're having a good day. Tonight's show is only 3 hours. I hate being broke. Tonight's show is only, 3 hours away from you? Is that what you mean? Tonight's show is only 3 hours away from you. Oh, that's a bit disappointing. That's a bit disappointing if you could have gone, but, well, you know, next time. The great thing about WWE at the moment is it's just hot. It's just red hot. And I don't think there's really a reason to see that ending. You know, I think that this is just starting. That's all they keep saying. Like, the story is just starting. So, I would say, you know, save up, because I'm sure next time they come back, it's going to be just as hot, just as good. But I could understand the disappointment. But, yeah, this is the start, man. We're entering a new era, an exciting era where anything and everything is possible. Swingman Lou, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you're well. Hope you're doing good. Days, AEW's biggest issue is, one, storytelling. The simple thing of storytelling. Yeah, AEW's biggest issue is, one, the creative, two, the talent, three, the management. So the biggest issue is, one, storytelling, and two, outside of people missing Punk and his return, all they have is MJF. The others are WWE rinse and repeat. I agree with the storytelling. I agree with the creative massively. I think it's a double-edged sword, isn't it? I think that people want surprises, right? People want surprises, and people love to speculate about who's coming in. And if there's releases, people will look at those releases and go, oh, I wonder if they'll go to AEW, blah, 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 blah. Well, when Tony brings them in, you then have people going, oh, you know, this is just WWE. They're just bringing in WWE people. I think they've brought in too many. I think the people they've brought in, they've not used correctly, right? All of them, they've not used correctly. So I agree with all of that. I do think it's a double-edged sword, though, because you do get that moment that excites people when, oh my God, such and such is here. You know, oh, imagine these matches. We can do this, we could do this, we could do this. I think part of the problem is that then when they're actually up and running, because they're not used in a great way, the excitement of them being there wears off very quickly. It wears off very quickly. You could even make the argument that you get that initial pop and then 2 weeks later, it's just, that's it. They're just part of the roster and we've moved on, you know? So I think that there's some really great talent in AEW that's not been used correctly. I can understand Tony wanting to bring people in to get that kind of excitement, that pop, build up that, do you think such and such will be at whatever, Revolution or whatever? And of course, you know, if you don't do it, people are disappointed. If you do it, then, you know, people will start saying that you're just ripping off WWE. So it's really tricky. It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? In a way, you kind of want to bring people in on limited contracts. You kind of want to bring people in for a month so that they come in, you get the pop, you can do a couple of matches, and then they're gone again. You kind of want to do that rather than them sticking around. I don't know. I don't know if this... I don't know, like, if there's a way of, like, offering people the shorter deals so that they can just come in for 3 months. Say 3 months. And you get that pop and you make it clear that, you know, they're not going to be around forever. And you do your matches that people want to see, and then they're gone again. And that means then that you can bring someone else in for 3 months, get the pop, do the matches, and they're gone again. And then you can eventually bring someone back, you know? The only problem you've got is that someone might get really over and, like, really popular, and then, like, you might not be able to secure them to a bigger deal because they might have their next dates set up in Japan and wherever, you know? Or they might get an offer from TNA for a permanent deal, and, like, you know, you've missed the boat then. So I don't know. It's a really interesting one, isn't it? It's a really interesting one. Didn't they do something like that with Matt Cardona? I remember Matt Cardona having an AEW match, But he didn't stay around. He didn't stick around. He had his AEW match, and I think he only had one. And then he was gone. So I wonder if there is something in just getting the pop, doing a few matches, having them go, which then means that you've got money to bring someone else in and have the pop do the matches and have them go. But actually, whilst you're doing all this, bringing people in, pops and excitement, your core is AEW originals that you're constantly showcasing week after week and constantly building. You know, I wonder if there would be something in that. But people may just not want 3-month contracts, and they might be like, no, thanks. I'll try my chance. But where else can they go, to be honest? If WWE doesn't want them, you know, they ain't blessed for loads of options, are they? You know? Without being moody about it, I'm just saying. You know, if TNA's only got so many spots, TNA's only got so much money, New Japan isn't going to be for everybody. So then what are you looking at? MLW and the indie scene and whatever. So, I don't know. Maybe something to explore. I agree with the storytelling, though. That they really do need to... They need to sort that out. And I don't even know if the people he's got advising him are the right people. I don't even know if, like, Danielson is, like, giving him good advice. Or Will Washington. I don't even know if that's what Will Washington does. But I know that he brought Will Washington in, and he's been listening to a few different thoughts. I mean, it might be that Danielson's doing really good stuff, but it's just pretty low down the card. Whereas, like, the big, impactful main stories are just not quite grabbing people's attention, you know? And maybe Tony just won't, like, relinquish those. Perhaps Danielson can, like, you know, yeah, you can book the middle of the show kind of a thing, but I'll do the world title, thank you. But it's actually, like, you know, all that stuff that's the problem. I really like Samoa Joe, and I think he's building up to a match with Swerve and Hangman, which people seem to be quite on board with. So I did see that was doing the rounds, so perhaps there'll be something good that comes out of that. I like Joe as champion, but he has not moved those ratings. And we always say, back in the day, you used to point to the champion as to whether, like, you know, the champion was delivering. And that would be my criticism of MJF. You know, he talks of being like this amazing wrestler and all this kind of stuff, but he did not move the ratings. But not more people were tuning in to watch MJF as champion. They might have tuned in for his segment, but they soon left again after, right? So you could point to MJF not being used correctly, but either way, MJF as champion didn't spike the ratings, didn't take us to a whole new world, you know? But again, you know, was that a case of Tony not structuring the show correctly? If you think about SmackDown, Roman comes out at the start, right? So you get a hot start, tends to set up something for the main event, and then you will go backstage and visit Roman or the Bloodline throughout the show. So you've got that dotted all throughout. That's not how they do it in AEW. That's not how they do it. But they could have had MJF come out at the start, cut a promo, have a confrontation, go back to MJF throughout the show, and then do the payoff in the main event. Structure it the same way they structure SmackDown. But they've not been doing that. So, I don't know. It's one of them, innit, where I think you could sit down and you could talk about it for hours and 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 hours. And I've said before, like, even some of the ideas that we have, we could put them into practice and they might not work. You know, I think everyone thinks they've got good ideas until you actually do them, and then it shows that they're maybe not as good as you thought. And I include myself in that. It's easy for me to sit here and go, well, I'd do this, I'd do that, I'd do this, I'd do that. There's no evidence to support the fact that it would work. And I think that's also something Tony has found out. I think Tony is a very knowledgeable wrestling fan who I would imagine felt that I've watched wrestling. I've watched wrestling for 30 years. I know how to book. And he's gone and got a company now. He's got his own company. And I think he's found out that his ideas are limited in their appeal, right? I think that there is some value to them. But as we said, we're not seeing that growth, are we? We're not seeing that growth. He needs something big and exciting and something new and fresh, and it just hasn't arrived. We just haven't seen it. I still don't think we've seen it. I think the hope is that Okada and Ospreay and Mercedes is going to provide what he is missing, and we'll find out if that's the case. Jason, shout out to you, my friend. Jason said, I will also miss the stream for a third year in a row. Jason, shout out to you. I am getting very concerned that I am just going to be sat here on my own for the biggest show of the year. But I hope that you are doing something fun, and I hope that you have a lovely time. It's going to be amazing, man. WrestleMania. I don't know if I can remember a WrestleMania that's had this much hype going into it. Like, this really is a special WrestleMania. It's WrestleMania 40 for starters, which was special anyway. Add The Rock into the pot. Add all the drama of Cody finishing the story, not finishing the story. Now he's finishing the story again. Like, add all of that in there as well. It's a real special time, man. It's a real special time. Stephen said, hello, Days. It's a big evening in Prospect. I fear it's going to be Ipswich versus Norwich in the playoffs. We're still fourth with 15 games to go. I've ordered WrestleMania 40 t-shirts. I'm buzzing now. Roman is done. Stephen, shout out to you. Please 200 PLN said we need casual LA Night Enjoyer to be in the Hall of Fame. LMAO, he's been in the unseen videos a lot. Casual LA Night Enjoyer has been. So has Jordan. There's been a few, actually. There's been quite a few people that tend to be very engaged with, like, providing tagging me and things. It got raised yesterday in the members streams. People were saying, like, does it bother you that you get tagged in, like, so much stuff? And I was like, no, I mean, it doesn't. It really doesn't. It doesn't bother me if I get tagged in things 20 times, 30 times, 40 times. I appreciate people tagging me and stuff. The other thing as well is that the way I look at it is that I understand it's cool to get shout outs. I understand it's nice to feature in a video. Like, I totally understand. So I want to try and include as many people as I possibly can in those, so that as many different people get mentioned as possible. So I just sort of see people just, I suppose, trying to enter their ticket, if you will, to trying to be in the video. Like, here, have you seen this? It's them letting me know about it, but it is also them going, I can be in the video, yeah. I understand that. I get that. And that I do try to include as many different people as possible. But it is true, each day you do see a lot of the same names being very engaged with, like, tagging me in, like, you know, the different posts and whatever. Which is brilliant. I have no problem with it whatsoever. But all I would say is that if you don't make the video, it's nothing personal. It's just that I've probably got about 20 people that have sent me the same thing, and I have to just go with one. So that means that for, like, you know, 19 people have probably missed out. So it's never anything personal. But yeah, it's true. Casual LA Night Enjoyer does tag me in quite a bit. Right, let's try and get through as many of the... I want to get to as many as possible. Oh, and don't forget as well, so not only are the unseen videos doing really well, and thank you for the support, we've got opinion videos as well. I don't think I've done enough to shout about those. I think unseen has kind of really blocked the opinion videos. But the opinion videos, just so that you know, that is your opportunity to have your theory or question or comment, like, definite. Well, I can't say definitely, but I have been getting through them all recently. I give myself an hour, right? An hour to sit down and read all the comments that I get sent, or as many as I can within that time. And actually, the past few occasions, I've got through them all, right? I can't guarantee I'll always get through them all. It depends how many comments we receive. But an hour is quite a bit of time. And I am trying to not spend as long on comments as what I do on streams. I feel like we spend a lot of time on topics during the streams because I think we can eventually get to somewhere quite good. I just maybe don't have the ability to get there straight away. It takes a little bit of talking. It takes a little bit of thinking. It takes a little bit of bouncing ideas around, and then we can maybe get somewhere. So that's why I like to dig into topics during the live streams. With the opinion videos, we don't tend to do that. We tend to just take the question, the theory, whatever it is, try and get an answer as quick as possible, and then move on to the next one. And like, you know, they're kind of quite rapid fire. So yeah, that is your way of kind of getting onto a video as well and having your thought, theory, question, concern, hot take, whatever it might be. It's a mixed bag. It's anything. You can chuck it in there as long as it's related to the topic. We'll do one of those. So as soon as the stream ends on X, I will put up the post saying feedback required. Give me your thoughts, opinions, topics, whatever, hot takes on SmackDown. It might be SmackDown. It might just be the Rock Roman segment. It really depends what happens on the show, right? So it'll either be SmackDown as a whole or what happened with Rock and Roman. And then tomorrow on the channel, I will have the video up for you where I go through those comments. The other thing that we'll do in this video going forwards is we'll look at the matches, right? So I will have the scores for tonight's matches, because you know how you lot vote on the matches after the matches. I will have that information in the document, right? And we can see how each match scored, and we can also compare to how they are compared to all the other matches. I've got every match from 2024 rated because of you, right? You have so far rated every match in 2024 in Raw, SmackDown, and NXT, and I've got a table with all that information on, so we can start to put that in the opinions section as well. And I am going to try and start putting a few more of my own thoughts in there. People keep asking me, what do you score the show? What do you score the show? It just seems like the perfect video to kind of put that in. So I might even try and score Raw and SmackDown out of 10 in each of those shows as well. So I really think that opinions thing can be fleshed out. I really think there's more we can do with it, and I'm trying to explore that. But yeah, that, just so you know, that's what that is. So you'll see that on the channel tomorrow, which I think is a really fun way of engaging with the community again and getting some extra thoughts and theories and, you know, having a look at the match scores and whatever. And now, of course, Unseen at the moment is daily. And before I move on, UFC live stream tomorrow. Big UFC 298. We will be here. It's going to be a good 6-7 hour stream. I will, once that is finished, work on Unseen. But it means Unseen is going to go up super, super late after UFC. So, yeah. That's going to delay Unseen. But I think you'll understand why. It's a massive UFC show. Matthew then says, we need a big WWE premium live event at Wembley. Wrestle with Andy said, I've always thought the reason NXT is so good is because wrestlers don't outstay their welcome, and they're always got new faces. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that there's a few that have. I think Johnny Gargano, I don't know that he outstayed his welcome, but definitely we did a lot of stories with him, and we did a lot of stuff with him, and it felt like he could have gone up long, long before he did. Maybe the same with Tommaso Ciampa as well, you know? And I think Undisputed Era, I would say for me, that ran out of steam. So I was very much into them for a good few years. But as I think we were getting into like 2019, going into 2020, I don't know what it is about 2019. 2019 was just not a great year for me with NXT. I don't know that I hated it or anything like that. I just think that 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, I mean, that black and gold run is just, oh man. A lot of people would include 2019 as well, and in their mind say that the pandemic is kind of where it derailed things. That's fine. I really think for me, though, there'd been a decline that had started to set in with NXT. I think that for me, I was starting to see the product was just not quite in the same place it had been before, and then the pandemic hit. So, yeah, I love NXT. I love that 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 20... I love that time period. I'd go as far as to say it might be my favorite in WWE history. If I was to go back, I know a lot of people love like the 2002, 2003, 4 SmackDown era, you know? I know people love that, or maybe they love Raw during the Attitude Era going up against WCW. But for me, I really would put that kind of 2014, 2015, 2016 NXT, I really would put that up against anything. It was just so amazing. The wrestling was amazing. The characters were amazing. Stories were good. Really enjoyed it. And I honestly, I think you could be right. I think the fact that we had that churn, that turnover of wrestlers, keeping it fresh, but also bringing in some of the world's best. You know, in comes Finn Balor, you know, Prince Devitt from over in New Japan. In comes Samoa Joe. In comes Asuka. You know, in comes Shinsuke Nakamura. Like, we're really bringing in some of the best that's out there. And, you know, I remember Kevin Owens first arriving and, like, everyone just losing their minds. Like, the fact Kevin Steen was now in WWE. And there was a lot of excitement. And we knew that a lot of these would go on to be big stars, and they absolutely have. They absolutely have. I mean, WWE is built on that generation of NXT now. It's brilliant. It's great to see. Rock is obviously a bigger star than Roman, says Brony. He's going to make Roman feel secondary. Tony Khan is living proof that fans shouldn't be allowed to book shows, said James. Stu said Tony should focus on building unknown talent. Too much focus on ex-WWE talent. You should do Daisy Awards at the end of the year with all the awards based on the stats. That's good. I like that. That's a great idea. I do want to use that information. I mean, I think at the end of the year, we will definitely do like the top 10 matches of Raw, or maybe not 10, maybe 5. Right, top 5 Raw matches of the year, top 5 SmackDown matches, top 5 premium live event matches. But the other thing it allows us to do is not only do we rate the show, the match scores, we rate the shows. You know, you lot do that on the second channel, and I've got all that data as well. So we can talk about what the best shows were of the year, Raws, SmackDown. So there is a lot of opportunity for when we get to the end of the year. I don't think there's much we can do with it. Maybe we could do like a halfway type thing, you know, in June. End of June, we could maybe do something where we look at like, how's the year going so far? But yeah, I think it'll really come into its own at the end of the year. I think your Daisy idea is fun. I like it. Right, we've got Jam W saying, Days, the channel has done a lot for me as a figure collector and general wrestling fan. A big supporter from Doncaster. Jam W, shout out to you. I'm really pleased that the channel has helped. And yeah, I gotta say, the channel... I mean, I love just talking about wrestling, and I'll talk about figures. I'll talk about what's happening on camera, behind the camera. Some of that can be a bit jarring. I mean, I got to tell you, the Stephanie McMahon video was really one of the hardest I've had to do, because that, I don't know what it was about it, just didn't feel right. I can't quite put my finger on it, because we've spoke about the Vince allegations. I think it's because, like, it's come out of nowhere, and it's one woman, right? So, as we said in that video, if you go back to 2016, there was no mention of Steph being in that meeting from Ashley herself. Ashley did an affidavit for a lawsuit, concussion lawsuit, and she actually went into detail as to how WWE doesn't look after its wrestlers. And one of the examples she gave, the main example she gave, was obviously what happened in Q8. And she went into detail about it, and we actually showed it in the video. She talks about the meeting, but she never mentions Steph. And I thought that was a bit questionable, which is why we included it in the video. So I thought that was a important thing to add. But I wanted to still make sure that we touched on it because, to put it into perspective, the WrestleMania 40 teaser trailer has been viewed 4.2 million times. No surprise. It got announced during like the day of the Super Bowl. Obviously, there was a load of hype around WrestleMania, a load of hype around The Rock. It's been viewed 4.2 million times. It's been up since February the 11th, right? That's when it went up onto the WWE social media account. This news clip of this woman talking about Ashley and talking about Steph, that's been up since the 15th, so it went up 4 days after, right? So it's not been up as long. That's been viewed 2.4 million times, right? So not as many, but only, 1.8 million behind, right? So 4.2 for the WrestleMania teaser trailer that everyone was talking about, compared to 2.4 million. And the teaser trailer's been up 4 days longer. There's every chance in 4 days' time that news clip could have done the exact same numbers as the WrestleMania teaser trailer. So it's one of those where, like, you look at it and you go, man, is this, should we talk about this? Like, but when it's getting that kind of traction, when it's getting that kind of interest, when it's getting that kind of attention, you can't really not, to be honest. It is the conversation. It is what people are talking about. It is what the conversation is. But I hated it. I hated it. I think, I don't know what it is. It's a difficult position to be in because we talk about everything on the streams. I will never not talk about anything because I think that these streams, when you click in it, you should know anything goes, you know? I don't want it to be a case of like, oh yeah, they won't talk about that on the day stream. No, we'll talk about it. If it's wrestling related, bring it up in the chat. We'll talk about it, right? So that's no problem. I pride myself on the fact that we do that, but it does mean you have to engage in difficult conversations, and we are going through a very difficult time with the Vince allegations, which we've been talking about and touching on. But then this Steph one, I don't know. I don't know if it's because it's Steph and you just don't expect her to be involved in like something like this, or if it's because there's no evidence to support what this woman is saying. So it's questionable. It's even more questionable. At least with the Vince stuff, we've heard of other women accusing him, and there was the texts which were included in the lawsuit, right? I still think that those can be debated. I still think those can be explained, you know. I don't know that is proof of something. It's evidence, but I don't know what it actually proves, right? But that's a whole separate conversation. But at least there's something there. Here, this is the first time we've heard about Steph being involved, and because there's no evidence to support it, you kind of, I have had people going like, you know, where's the proof for this? This could just be a woman trying to get, like, you know, money. And it's like, yeah, it could be. You're right. It could be. I don't have proof, but then I'm not the one making the claim, am I? So all we can do is say, this is getting a lot of traction online. Steph is trending. This video's been viewed millions of times. This is where the conversation is. And I think the way that I treat it is, it's like, okay, that's a piece of information that could be relevant further down the road. That's a piece of information I think we do need to be aware of. Other than that, that's it. That's it. That's the way I dealt with it. That's the way how I had it. Here's a piece of information. Be aware of it. It may be relevant later, right? It may be something we need to reference back to. It may be one of those where, you know, if John Laurinaitis takes the stand and he is asked if Steph was in the room and he says no, then it'll be like, well, do you remember that woman said yes? So what's going on? Did the woman lie? Like, what's going on there? Because do you know who would know if Steph was in that boardroom? The other people in the boardroom. One of those people was John Laurinaitis, and he is still very much alive, very much with us. very much speaking out against Vince at the moment and saying he was a victim as well. And he's already said that WWE higher-ups were aware of the Ashley Mazzaro incident when previously it had been claimed that WWE had not been made aware, right? So there's already been a contradiction with that. And he could be asked about that in, like, specifics. We're just scraping the iceberg. We're just touching the tip of the iceberg here. I think there'll be more allegations. It could get really messy because I don't know who those allegations are going to be against. At the moment, I think what's happening is I think that Janelle Grant's lawyer has made it very public, very well known that Janelle Grant is taking Vince to court and that she is interested in hearing from other people. And I think what's happening at the moment is people are going to her. So I don't know that things are coming out in the public, because if I believe what Janelle Grant's lawyer is saying, she said she's overwhelmed. She's overwhelmed. They can't cope with the amount of stuff that's coming in. Well, we're not seeing that in the public domain. We're not seeing that play out in public. So if she's telling the truth, then it must be that everyone's going there and talking there and going there, right? Rather than it playing out on X, Twitter. So that stuff, I would imagine, will come out. You know, I don't know if it'll come out as part of this Janelle case or if other cases will be started, if other lawsuits will be brought against Vince. They could be working on other lawsuits right now. It might be that the Janelle Grant is the first of a lawsuit, but all these other allegations, you know, will be investigated, looked into. Lawsuits could be brought about. I just feel like this thing's going to be around for years. Years and years and years and years and years. And I hate it. I just want to talk about who's going to main event WrestleMania. I just want to talk about the WWE experience in Saudi Arabia. But I just feel like all this stuff is just going to be the flipping tip of the iceberg, you know? And it's just going to be depressing. It's going to be sad. It's going to make us angry. It's going to make people divisive. Some people are going to say that such and such is guilty. Some people are going to say that they're innocent. Some people are going to say, let's wait to see how it plays out. Like, you're going to have all sides of the coin, like, sharing their opinions. And there's going to be arguments. And it's just going to be awful. It's going to be toxic. It's going to be awful. I just hate it. I just really, really hate it. I mean, obviously, you've got to find justice. You know, that's the priority. Guilty people need to be found guilty. Innocent people need to be left alone and set free. But in order to achieve that, you have to go through some sort of process. But the problem is we're all being dragged through this process as well, because we're finding out every detail at the moment, you know, because so much is being brought out into the public domain. I mean, that woman, she's come out and spoke publicly on a YouTube channel, on a news network. You know, she's made her allegations very, very public. I don't know how Steph responds. I don't know if she puts a statement out or if she contacts a lawyer or does she sue the woman? I mean, if there's nothing to it, if the woman's lying, then, you know, legal action should be brought against her. But do you want to do that? Is that a good look? Is it a good look to sue one of the former best friends of Ashley Mazzaro? I don't know that that's a good... I don't know that the optics look great on that. But if she's lying, or she's got confused, or she's... I don't think she will have just made it up. I don't think she would have done that, but I don't know the woman. But there's every chance that, like, you know, she's just, like, got mixed up. It might be that Steph was there as a support, but actually wasn't in the boardroom and wasn't aware as to where this was going to go or what was going to happen. And she wasn't part of that kind of process. She was just there to, you know, be a moral support. And it might be that she just got mixed up and, you know, in her mind, Steph was in the boardroom. We don't have Ashley to check with, but we do have John Laurinaitis, and we do have Steph who can tell us. And we do have John Laurinaitis, and apparently Kevin Dunn was in that room, and Vince was in that room. So, you know, we can get answers. We can establish the truth, but It's just a mess in it. I don't think anyone enjoys. Well, I don't think anyone enjoys this. I don't think there's anyone that's sitting there that's really enjoying all of these allegation stuff. It's not why we got into wrestling. It's not why I got into wrestling. But it's a tricky one, innit? Because how do you not talk about it when it's what everyone's talking about? Stephanie McMahon is trending today. So, you know, I must admit, I'm surprised we've gotten this far into the stream and it's not been brought up. But, yeah, I will be very happy once these allegations kind of settle down and we can, like, really just dial into the wrestling. So I could be wrong, but I really sense that that's what people want to do. A sense that that's what people are focused on. And I'm sure that's why Jam enjoys the channel, for wrestling conversation and figures conversation, not for allegation conversation. Who wants that? So Jam, shout out to you dudes. Kian said, Days, huge night. This tag team pitch by The Rock, is it more him demanding again or genuinely a pitch that he won't intervene? Well, we don't know, do we? But it feels to me like it's probably a pitch. I would say that we have gone down a different path. And so now we have to figure out what path we're going down. In order to know what path we're going down, we need to know what the options are. We need to look at the different paths that we can go down. So to me, I saw this, that The Rock had pitched a tag match idea, and it didn't really say much to me other than that's a path we can go down, right? Someone's going to have to agree to doing it, right? Triple H is going to have to agree to doing it. I think The Rock hopefully knows that he doesn't quite have his finger on the pulse, considering the backlash that was received by him trying to replace Cody, right? That should be enough of a message of, listen, you've just been out of the picture a little bit, and it's not that we have got a problem with you, it's just that there are other people and other stories that we care about at the moment. So, you know, maybe come back and get yourself up to speed. You know, if you kind of got your finger on the pulse, but it was just a little bit off, just needs readjusting a little bit. So I would hope that that message has been received by him, and then he can be part of the conversation to figure out what the right way forward is. But yeah, I would hope that he isn't putting his foot down going, this is what we're doing. He tried to do that before and it backfired. So about, you know your role. Yeah. So it's right to pitch it, isn't it? I mean, we as fans have been talking about it as an option. We've obviously spoke about whether it's an option we would do or not, but it is an option. So him pitching it, no problem. It doesn't mean that that's the direction that we're heading. It's a direction we can head. We'll see, won't we, as to whether Triple H has agreed and gone with it, and if like everyone thinks it's the right path, or if they have decided that one of the other options, because I'm sure there was other things that were pitched, if one of the other options is the right way forward. So I think for most people, as long as the story gets finished, they're not going to be too bothered. As long as the story gets finished, that's the main focus for WrestleMania. And I suppose that's another of the concerns, really, is it should be the main focus for WrestleMania. The story being finished should be what we're building for WrestleMania. A tag match runs the risk of just taking a little bit of that focus away. So if we do, Triple H or Randy being in Cody's corner, and we do The Rock being in Roman's corner, and we build it up that way. Now, the only thing I would say is I know The Rock wants a match, so I don't know that he would settle for that. I think he wants a match. He wants to compete. So a tag match is on the table. I think so is Rock versus Seth. I think that's on the table. And I don't know what else you could do other than that, other than try and convince him to not have a match at WrestleMania. But I think he has got his heart set on it. You know, I think he has got his heart set on having a match at WrestleMania. It was going to be against Roman. So it'll be very difficult to persuade him otherwise. And to be honest, I think a lot of fans would like to see The Rock wrestle. Who wouldn't like to see The Rock? Granted, not everyone wants it to be against Roman right now, but I still think that a lot of fans want to see The Rock get in there, wrestle. They still want to see him, compete one more time. So I think the fans are down for seeing him again. Is the tag match the right way to do that? Maybe it is. But I just, we've got that concern, don't we, about the injury thing and it overshadowing finishing the story and things of that nature. But no, I don't know that it's him pushing his weight around. I don't know that it's anything like that. It might just be him going, how about we do this, and offering it up as an option. Matthew said, who do you think AJ Styles will go against at Mania? Well, we spoke about that. It could be LA Knight. He might find his way in a match with LA Knight. He might find his way into some sort of multi-person United States Championship match. I mean, that's where he seems to be at the moment. I think anything else would be a pivot. I mean, maybe something to do with Randy Orton. Maybe something to do with Randy Orton. I am wondering whether it's Drew and Orton, because they've been staring at each other. They've been getting in each other's way. That might just be build for Elimination Chamber. But Orton, we don't quite know what his plan is. Drew, it feels like he is going to win the Chamber. But, you know, the word out of Wrestling Observer was that he may face Seth immediately at Elimination Chamber, which would be unannounced. It would be a shock moment. It would be what's going on. You know, we can't do this, blah, 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 blah. Ring the bell. Oh, my God. You know, it'd be one of them. That would then free Seth to do the tag match, and he wouldn't have to worry about defending the title. There's maybe even a chance that he loses the belt to Drew. Maybe we do Drew defending the title. Perhaps Seth doesn't have the belt. That way he doesn't have to work twice. So, you know, there's a lot of twists and turns here. It could be Randy versus AJ with the title on the line. It'd be very difficult, though, wouldn't it? Because, Drew versus AJ with the title on the line. Or you could do Drew versus Randy versus AJ with the title on the line. But it's tricky because we're dealing with SmackDown people there, and the World Heavyweight Championship is a Raw title. So you might look at that and go, don't know that they would go that way. But you could just do the match and have Drew retain, and then the belt just stays on Raw anyway, you know? So, yeah, it's a tricky one. There's a few pieces that haven't quite fallen into place yet, but I think we'll get a much better idea after Elimination Chamber. CT Dingo said, do you think Grayson Waller effect at the Chamber will be anything big, or do you think it's a filler spots for bigger names at promo? Well, I think it'll be big in the sense of, I think that'll be where we get... I don't know if it'll be all four, but we know The Rock is meant to be going. Roman wasn't meant to be going, but I'm sure they can convince him. So I think it'll be big in the sense of, I don't know that we get Cody and Seth tonight. I don't think we should, to be honest. I think that Rock and Roman being together in a ring, saying whatever it is they're going to say, that is going to be enough, right? It's going to be big. Everything's going to change. You know, they could make an announcement that this is the new bloodline, and, you know, even something as small as that. Even something as small as that, as saying this is the new blood. You're looking at the new blood. That will get people buzzing. You know, that'll get everyone excited because it's confirmation that they are on the same page, that they're working together, and that the bloodline has leveled up. You know, that's a big message to send out. So you could do that tonight. And then at Elimination Chamber, that's where we get our first, since the press event, that's where we get our first moment where all four guys are in the ring, staring at each other, promoing back and forth. I mean, that'll be a massive moment. That'll be huge. So, and we know that next week's SmackDown is being recorded tonight as well, because they're off to Australia. So I don't think that we get like Cody and Seth tonight, and I wouldn't think they would do anything for next week. We can just record a show. By the time we get to next week, people will just be excited for Elimination Chamber. You don't need any big Rock Roman Seth Cody segment. Do that at Elimination Chamber. So it depends what you consider as being big. I think anything involving these four is going to be big, because there's so much that they can say, and there's so much they can do, and there's so much that we can set up. I think all the segments are going to be big. I think Elimination Chamber segment with the talk show bit, it will be talking, but I would expect Rock Roman to interfere, and I think that'll be the first time since the press event that we get like all of them promoing. So yeah, I mean, it's amazing. It's so exciting. If you are just returning back to wrestling, welcome back. It is a great time. There is a lot that's going on. There's a lot of feelings at the moment, and a lot of excitement at the moment as we are building to WrestleMania, but we just need to get Elimination Chamber out the way, really. It is a little bit in the way. I kind of feel like the Elimination Chamber is going to help us figure out a few things. But I don't know that it's necessarily going to help us figure out, like, the Cody, Roman, Rock, Seth situation. Because we don't really need the chamber for that. Obviously, it might help us figure out if Seth's going to go into WrestleMania as champion, because he may lose the belt still at Elimination Chamber. But that's going to be a hard one to book, man. Isn't it? It's going to be a hard one to book. I wonder if the segment ends with Drew challenging Seth. If Wrestling Observer are correct, and there is going to be a title match at Elimination Chamber, how are we going to do that and then do this talk show segment after? I mean, like, Seth will be gutted if he's lost the belt, right? Or he'll be shattered if he's just had a match. So I wonder if it'll be a case where, like, we do the segments and then, like, Drew comes down and gets on the mic, challenges Seth there, and then we end up actually, the show ends with a world championship match, and it ends with, you know, Drew winning, or, you know, maybe The Rock costs Seth the title, and that's how Elimination Chamber ends. I don't know. It's a big if, isn't it? It's a big if. Have Wrestling Observer got their information right? Have they got their ducks in a row? Right? We've seen them be off a little bit recently. It's just they've took a lot of shots. They've made a lot of calls. They've made a lot of predictions that haven't quite come through. There's memes doing the rounds of, like, people missing the basket. And people saying this is Dave Meltzer, this WrestleMania season. Because he does keep taking these shots, and they do keep hitting the rim. So, they're not in a brilliant place at the moment, Wrestling Observer. So we'll see. Maybe something will go down. Maybe it'll be just a talking segment. But either way, it's going to be unmissable. Right, so how long have we got? We've only got 24 minutes, you know. How long have we been streaming? 2 hours 20. Let's go. Right, James Bellamy said, I love the content. Are there any chance you'll drop a toy hunt soon? Do you see Rollins dropping the belt to Drew at Mania? Well, I think that Elimination Chamber, as we just said, has been mentioned. So it would be a unannounced kind of Drew wins. We have seen it before. I think it was Roman that did it with Daniel Bryan a few years ago, where the Chamber was won and then all of a sudden the title match happened on the same show. So they do have a history. There is a history of it happening. And there isn't a world title match. There's no Roman match. There's no world title match. So, you know, could it be a case that they just do an impromptu one, a spur of the moment one, a quick little one, which just has come out of nowhere? And if they do, who wins? Would it be Seth that would retain, or would it be Drew that would become the new champion, you know, in front of people? I don't know. It's a tricky one, that. If they don't go that way, right, and there's a chance they don't, but if they don't go that way, well, then are we going to see Drew Seth on night 2? Do we do the tag match on night 1, and then Seth has to have another match on night 2? I mean, the problem with this is that you're taking spots away from other people, right? Because you're only going to do so many matches. And so all of a sudden, like, Seth's having 2 matches, and obviously Cody and Roman are wrestling twice. And so you're taking a few spots away, which I think is a little bit of a problem. And also, you're running the risk of injury. If they get injured in the tag match, it's going to derail night 2. So, I don't know. I think you could make the argument that it might be better if Drew actually beats Seth at Elimination Chamber, and then Drew can go into WrestleMania as the champion and defend it against the challenger. Maybe Sammy. Is that why we're building Sammy? Are we going to do Drew versus Sammy for the World Heavyweight Championship? Sammy did say he had never beaten Drew, so if Drew wins the belts, then we do Drew Sammy at WrestleMania. That could be interesting. And then we've got Seth, not with a belt now, free to just be in that tag match. We don't have to worry about him wrestling a second time. And so that kind of solves that as well. And it provides a big talking point at Elimination Chamber, where the title has changed hands. And no one expected it, apart from Wrestling Observer, right? Who said that a match is going to happen, or has been discussed. I can't remember their actual wording. But, yeah, it's obviously a very fluid situation. There's a few ways we can go. There's not really a way of knowing which way they're going to go. But those are some of the options that are on the table. And in regard to your toy hunt question, yes and no. So I would like to do one before I go to America. So I'd like to do one before WrestleMania. So I will try and make that a priority. So there will be one hopefully before Mania, but to be honest with you, I've not really worried about it, because at the end of April, I'm actually going to America, and I'm going to Florida, and I'll be there for a couple of weeks, and I am just going for one reason, and that is to do toy hunts. That is it. I'm not, it's the only reason I'm going. I'm going to just get as much content as I can. Here in the UK, we don't have loads of places that sell figures. We have Smith's, which is good, really good. We have like cheaper kind of shops like B&M and whatever, but they never refresh the range. They're like, I don't know how you would, I suppose like a TJ Maxx kind of, you go in, and if they've got some, they've got some, and it's the kind of stuff that just sits there for months and months and months and months. I could probably go into a B&M now and find like Series 77, but it'd be like a Miss Elizabeth or something, It'd be a figure that no one's really that bothered by. They did have like a load of old Liv Morgans from like Series 80 something, which just sit in there, just on a shelf, just chilling. And it's just like, it just stays there. No one buys them. They just sit there. Shelf warming. So, they're not really the most exciting places to go for toy hunts. Really, Smith's is your main option. And then you can try another place called The Entertainer. Outside of that, there might be the odd little independent toy store, but they're very few and far between in this internet age that we live in. Certainly in America, you've got Walmarts, and I know they do carry largely the same range, but you can find little differences between them. At least I did last time I went. I was finding a few different bits in different Walmarts. And of course, you got Target as well. So, I can hit like several Walmarts. I can hit several Targets. I can pop into, I don't know, an FYE. I can pop into things like Five Below. Like, I think they had a couple of figures I've seen there before. Not many. Walgreens used to have some. GameStop used to have some. Like, there's flea markets and little places that you can pop into as well. I mean, I am really open to suggestions in Florida as to where there may be figures. Wherever they sell figures, I'm interested, because I just want to go out all day, every day, just filming. And then obviously you find spot fun things that you can include in videos as well. So yeah, I'm really just trying to focus on other things at the moment, because I know a load of figure videos are on the way, toy hunt videos and everything. So it's going to be a nightmare for doing Unseen at that time though, because I'll be out all day. So by the time I get back, like, it's going to be a nightmare to try and catch. It's going to be a bit of a nightmare for streams as well. I mean, I will be able to stream because I made sure the place has got good Wi-Fi. But for example, I think we fly on like a Friday or something. So, I mean, I'll be flying. So I don't. There's going to be some streams that are going to have to be missed because I won't be here. So that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a bind. But it's only going to be the odd thing here or there because of flying. But that's the end. I've made sure it was after WrestleMania. So that's, do you know what I mean? It's in the future. It's not now. And it's not this side of WrestleMania. Right. Brony said, Days, I think we could get a scenario where Logan costs LA Knight the match at the Chamber, which might result in a match for WrestleMania. Terry said, if Okada wants to challenge himself and expand his legacy, go into a company that has all the people he's already wrestled. It doesn't make sense there. Miss Clown said, I buy all my figures from the local butchers. James said, I love AEW. I just don't kiss their ass like others. Zokiller said, we're just going to see some promo shoots, then a heated scuffle as we build up to WrestleMania. Well, I think there might be a few differences actually in the build than that, only because they keep promising twists and turns. Roman said tonight everything changes. We just keep hearing you don't know what's coming. You have no idea what's coming. Brian Gerwitz, the Rock's personal writer, it calls this chapter 1. And you've got the Rock calling himself the long gamer. I mean, everything that's being said suggests that it's not just going to be promos, match announced, and that's it. Off we go to Mania. Like, this really suggests and feels like there's going to be twists and turns and shocks and, lots of moments and whatever. So I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know if Seth's going to turn on Cody, if Solo's going to turn on the Bloodline, if someone's going to join the Bloodline, if someone's... I don't know how they're going to do it. But I don't think this is going to be a straight line. I hope not, because everything they're telling me is everything's changing. You're not going to believe what's coming. Chapter 1. Everything at the moment is like, make sure you're watching this. And I know they say that for ratings. I know they say that to get people hyped and get people to tune in, but I really think they're going to have to deliver as well with, what they've been saying. So I don't know. Let's see. So far, so good. They made a big thing out of the press conference, and I thought it delivered. And I think the general consensus was that it was good. Going into it, of course, it looked like it was going to be Rock Roman, and we did the big pivot we were hoping for. So I think that delivered. What do they do now? I also thought that the Seth Cody segment on Monday was fantastic. A lot of praise for that as well. So what do they do tonight? What do we get tonight? But what part of Florida are you going to, said Andrew. Well, we're obviously Orlando, Tampa, that area. Not bothered about Universal or Disney. I mean, I couldn't even tell you what... This might be like my 6th or 7th time going to Florida. Probably is about my 6th or 7th time. So I've been a fair bit. I mean, Florida really is... It's getting to the point where it's the only place I tend to go on holiday. Apart, I might have the odd trip in the past to like Italy. Or I've never done France. I've never done Germany. I have been to Spain. I've never been to Australia. I've never been to Asia. I've only been to a few places in Europe. But I've been to Mexico. Family holiday a while ago. A long while ago, actually. Probably about 9 years ago. But yeah, Florida is the place I just go. It's got everything I need. What I look for in a holiday is I look for good weather. Because here in the UK, it's a bit grey. Florida, in the summer, in particular, gives you that. So, amazing. I look for things to do. I'm really not someone that just sunbathes and lies there. I can't do that. I just can't do it. I don't know. I'm always working. I'm always doing stuff. So, to just lie there, I'd be like, just thinking of things, and I just want to go and do them. I'm a doing kind of a person, so... Lots to do in Florida, lots of places to visit, lots of places to go and eat, lots of, if you want to do a theme park, you can, and I've done them. I've done Busch Gardens, I've done Disney, I've done Universal, I've done Islands of Adventure, I've done SeaWorld. So, I mean, I've done them, but, you know, you can always pop back, can't you, and do the odd bit if you so wanted. I've not been to the Simpsons thing in Universal. So, you know, the Simpsons land, that would be pretty smart. And I'd love it if they had a WWE thing there, right? I have been to Hogan's Beach Shop, obviously. And there's video on the channel, actually. There are videos. The last time I went to Florida, there are toy hunts and there are videos. And there is a video of me in Hogan's Beach Shop on the channel. If you put in, like, Wrestling Days Florida, there should be results that come back from when I was there in 2018. And so, yeah, it's going to be Tampa. It's going to be Orlando. It's going to be, like, toy hunting and just trying to get footage, really. Anything that's funny, anything that's going to be interesting, anything, obviously wrestling related, but I'm just going to spend, like, really spend a good few days just really trying to get some good stuff, you know. And we'll see. It was amazing the last time I went. Amazing. Some of my favorite toy hunts are the Florida ones from 2018. Some of my favorite videos. Chris said, what are your thoughts on Damien cashing in? I struggle to see it this side of WrestleMania. I think if he's going to do it, I think he would do it at WrestleMania or the Raw after WrestleMania. I think that you kind of want him to be in the conversation. So if you was to have him cash in at Elimination Chamber, I don't know that he would succeed. I suppose he could. But, and that would be a way. But I don't know. Is Damian Priest against Drew McIntyre? Is that... Damian Priest just doesn't feel big enough to me. He's had the briefcase and it's definitely elevated him, right? Definitely. I mean, do you remember where Damian Priest was before he joined Judgment Day? Do you remember where Damian Priest was before winning Money in the Bank? Like... This is a guy that had been called up from NXT and, you know, we were trying to get behind to do some stuff with, but we were struggling. It was a struggle. And so I think that he is someone that maybe he's got a great promo voice. His matches don't set the world on fire. His promo voice sounds good. I can't say he's delivered any 5-star promos, but I think that he's got a great look. He's got a good promo delivery. You just have got to give him good promos to say, and he needs to have those banging matches. He's fine in ring. He's not spectacular. And it's not about can you do big moves. I don't care about that. But just, you know, give me matches full of drama. Give me matches that I'm really emotionally invested in. And I don't know that I ever find myself really getting emotionally invested in Damian Priest matches. So it's very hard to sit here and be like, yeah, man, he should cash in. This is going to be amazing. I kind of think if he cashes in and wins the title, like, I don't know, do you do him against Sammy at WrestleMania? That would be all right. But it would only be all right because I'm a big Sammy fan. Him and Drew doesn't really make much sense unless you do him, Drew, and Sammy. But you know what I mean? Like, again, that's only working because Sammy's in there. It's a bit tricky, isn't it? I sort of feel like this side of WrestleMania, I think I would just keep him in the conversation. That's how I would use him. I would keep him in the conversation. And I think at WrestleMania, he'll probably have a tag match and defend the tag titles. So I'd keep him in the conversation, but as soon as we get past WrestleMania, then I'd have to make the decision as to if he's going to successfully cash in or not. Imagine if Sammy wins the title at WrestleMania, loses it thanks to a cash-in 24 hours later. You know, that kind of a thing is what I'm thinking. You could do Drew against Sammy. Sammy as the new champion. Sammy loses the belt the next night to Damian Priest, who cashes in. So I'm not saying I would do that, but I'm just saying that that's an option that you could have. I don't think I would have Damian successfully cash in this side of WrestleMania. I just think, like, it's better to keep him in the mix. It's better to keep him in the conversation. It's better to have that Willie cash in at WrestleMania, you know? And in regards to him, I think that he is a talent. He's definitely worth having on the roster. He's definitely someone I can understand them investing in. But I'm waiting for those great matches. I'm waiting for those banging matches. he's just solid. He's solid to me. He doesn't really necessarily stand out compared to, and it's hard, isn't it? How can you stand out when you're looking around? You got Roman Reigns, you got Randy Orton, do you know? You got Gunther, who's killing it. You know, how do Logan Paul, who is like rookie of the year? How do you stand out against all these people? He's a medium fish in a massive pond. That's how I would say. I can't say he's a big fish. Maybe even a little fish in a big pond. I think he's a bit bigger than a little fish, though. I think he's got a bit more to him than that. No disrespect to him. I think he's a talent. But and I love his look. He's got a great look. I love his voice. But as I said, yeah, just waiting for those banging matches. And just waiting for some real killer promos, you know? Maybe after Mania. Jason said, how are you? Roman Rock happening at Elimination Chamber. I'm going to Perth to watch it. Live, I can't wait. Roman Rock well, we don't know that Roman's there. Last time we heard he wasn't, but that was a good few weeks ago. It was before the pivot. So we don't know if he's going to be there. We know that The Rock is expected to be there, though. So I do expect The Rock to be in attendance. We know that Cody and Seth are going to be. They've been announced as being on the Grayson Waller effect. So, yeah, I mean, look, you're going to have a great time. And there's going to be some development with this story. What that development is, we don't know. But there will be some development with this story. So it's going to be, you'll have fun. That's it. You'll have a great time. You'll have a great time. WWE will put on a massive show. Obviously, timing wise, I don't know if you would hope that it would be a slightly different time to this. Obviously, WrestleMania is the priority, as it should be. And I don't know if that means that it's just taken a little bit away from Elimination Chamber. But even so, I would still expect it to be a massive, massive show. And it's going to be a massive show tonight as well, as we are working our way towards the start of this show. We've got 5 minutes. Oh my God. I didn't even realize that it was only 5 minutes away. No one told me. 5 minutes till this monster episode of SmackDown. Right, let's get a few final thoughts then as we're working our way towards the start. Edward said, what do you think the chances of Scotland getting a PLE are? I would say not terrible, but I would think if they were going to come to the UK, they would prioritise London. I think they see London as sort of just ticking the UK box. They did do Cardiff, in all fairness. I don't know why we did Cardiff. I don't know if Wembley was taken. So they did do Cardiff. Maybe they would do Cardiff again rather than go to Scotland. I think Scotland, they'll do house shows. And maybe they'll give you a Raw or a SmackDown. But I don't know. I can't really say that they'll look to do like a premium live event there, you know. I think that they would look at how easy is it to get to for Europe, you know, because people obviously will want to come from Europe to come to the show. So you've got to look and see like what are the airports like, how well connected is it, and London just ticks every box, doesn't it? It just ticks every box. So I don't know. I can't say that it's impossible. But I would have to think that for a premium live event, they'd probably be looking at London. Tag Days in Dreadmare. He needs to cover this and get it known, said it's Blue Fusion. It's Blue Fusion. Shout out to you. That, I believe, is... I keep getting tagged in it, actually. And we don't need it to get over or anything, because I think that they're a bit cheeky, right? It's a fan that has made this video that... I mean, I don't know. I haven't watched it, but I know enough about it. I have seen the description, and pretty sure I know who's behind it. It's the same people that do It Begins Again, that channel. So they did It Begins Again. That channel used to do like botch videos, and I think they kept getting copyright strikes because I saw their videos getting taken down. This was years ago, right? So they were doing like Botchamania type videos, and then they started to do like fan made videos, which are really good. Like, credit to them, they're really, really good. But they are fan made videos. But my problem with them is that they don't make it clear that they're fan made. They sort of try to make out that it is, or back, you know, it was Bray that was making them. They sort of tried to make people think that it's Bray, right? Or make people think that it's Bo Dallas. And I just think it's a bit cheeky, to be honest. I think it's a little bit cheeky. I've kind of got two thoughts on it. One of my thoughts is, well, you know, it's innocent fun, and people enjoy the videos, and the videos are very good. So why break the illusion, right? So I do have that thought. But then my other thought is, well, I keep getting tagged in it, and people keep telling me about Dreadmare, and they keep telling me about, like, what Bo is trying to do. It's kind of like this person has took the Bray story and is trying to make their own story now. And I've got a feeling that Bray fans are not going to appreciate that, you know? I've got people telling me about what is going to happen next with Bo and Bray and how it all fits in and what Dreadmare is going to be doing. And it's like, this is all fan-made. This isn't real. This isn't coming from Bo. This is a fan that's kind of like coming out with fan fiction. And I sort of think, like, I don't know, man, are you now starting to like blur the line a little bit? All of a sudden now people are believing this, and all of a sudden they're now treating this as canon. So that means that, you know, you've got fans talking about Fiend, and you've got fans talking about Bray and the Funhouse, and in the same breath they're now talking about whatever it is this fan is creating and putting them all together. And it's like, I don't know, man, that doesn't seem right to me. Like, when you could easily put a little graphic, even at the end, even if you don't want to break the illusion, and you just put it at the end saying that this was created by a fan, just a fan of Bray's work, you know? So I do get tagged in that Dreadmare stuff quite a bit. And if you have a look, it connects to It Begins Again. They even put It Begins Again in the description. And as I said, that channel used to do botch videos, Botchamania and everything. I ain't taking no shots at them. I think their videos they make are fantastic. I think people absolutely love like the videos that they do. But that's, you know, that's where it's coming from. The way I know that as well is that in one of their descriptions they say, was It Begins Again telling the truth the whole time, or something like this? And it's like, no, because they used to make botch videos. Here's the Rock. Here's the Rock. If it doesn't come from Bo, JoJo, or IRS official accounts, then take it with a handful of salt. Definitely. I think, though, WWE have created their own monster because of White Rabbit. So White Rabbit now has got people thinking that these YouTube channels could just pop up at any time, and that, you know, it could be Bo because of White Rabbit, which you can understand people thinking. You can understand that thought process. But, yeah, I don't know. Each to their own. I wish them all the best. I don't wish them any ill will. I just think it's a bit cheeky, isn't it? Here's Kevin Owens. Terrible parking, said Scottish Nightmare. The Rock doesn't know how to park. Lol. Okay, Kevin Owens making his way down. He is taking on Dominic Mysterio. So word on the street was that they were going to have the match. Center that. Word on the street was they were going to have the match, these matches first, and do Kevin. Yeah. Fan had a sign upside down. How do they get it wrong? Kevin Owens is like, other way. The fan had to like turn it round. Oh my God. Who's okay? Okay, that's what the sign said. Imagine having a fan sign and the wrestler has to tell you to turn it around because you're holding it upside down. I mean, you had literally one job. That's called CGI, isn't it? Kevin Owens should have been a 92 rating. Here's Dominic Mysterio. Dirty Dom making his way down. Let's get rid of the poll. We don't need this poll anymore. So, loud boos for Dirty Dom. Yeah, there was word on the street that the Rock segment would be last and we'd be doing these matches first. So, can't say I'm too surprised by this. We all know what people are tuning in for. And I don't think it's Dominic Mysterio. Kevin Owens is okay is a great sign. You can't get that wrong, said Stone9540. Right, people are 65% with Logan qualifying tonight. 34% with The Miz. Niall said, Days, will we hear Wade say skullduggery? Ah, yes. Niall, shout out to you. So, yeah, shout out to you. So, on last night's Unseen video, there was a back and forth between Wade Barrett and Corey Graves. Corey Graves has challenged Wade Barrett to use the word skullduggery in the first segment. Oh, well, actually, thinking about it, it's Corey on the call. So, is he challenged him for Monday? Oh. Right. Yeah, no, I forgot. Wade's switched, hasn't he? So, Wade's on the call yet, but I was just listening to see if he was going to use it. I can't really sit here in... Oh... I can't really sit here in silence waiting to hear if he's going to say it. So if he says it, you're going to have to let me know. Listen out for skullduggery. Dirty Dom gets heat, but he needs to bulk up a little bit, said D-Mac. Shoulder tackle there by Kevin Owens, and Dirty Dom goes down. There's supposed to be 2 Smackdowns. Yes, they're going to tape the second one, aren't they, after? Oh, I'm proper listening out now. It's really distracting. I can't help it. I'm just waiting. I'm like, you could say it now. There it is! Ah, and Corey says, well done, my friend. He might be a master in the dark arts of skullduggery. Corey Graves says, well done, my friend. Ah, that was too easy for him, man. That was too easy. I need him to set him another challenge with a much, much harder word. He's done it. He's finished it. He's finished the story. Yay! Oh man, it's distracting though, isn't it? Niall said he's done it. He said it. Come on. I did like Corey saying, "Well done, my friend." I like the acknowledging that he did straight after. Yeah, very good. Very distracting, though, as we are underway. Niall, well remembered, bud. That would be one of those where afterwards I'd be like, oh, did he say it? And then I'd have to go back and try and listen to it, but he did. Clothesline by Kevin Owens. Oh, it's the simple things, isn't it, eh? It's the simple things. Dominic moves out the way. Dominic walking around on the outside as Kevin Owens is pulled out the ring. Dominic Mysterio smashes KO into the edge of the ring. Mill said, what's everyone's obsession with Cody Rhodes? He's the most cringy guy on earth. I think Cody is just like a genuine, really nice person. Everything that you hear about him, everything you read about him is that he is just like, truth's here? Like genuine and really nice. Dropkick by Dominic. R-Truth. I don't think he distracted Kevin Owens, but... Oh, well, he did, but I don't think he meant to. I don't know that he's working with Dominic. I don't know. Obviously, we saw R-Truth get attacked on Monday. Did he say that's okay? 1, 2, shoulder up by Kevin Owens. I don't know what R-Truth's doing, but he's getting all kinds of confused. Yeah, so in regards to Cody, I think there's a lot of love for his dad, Dusty. I think as well, we've watched Cody. We've kind of followed his journey, and I think there's a lot of sympathy for him because even if you watch him and he's a bit cringe now, which I could understand, I think we know what he's been through. I mean, he obviously wanted to be the guy. He wanted to be a champion. He wanted to main event WrestleMania. He had all those dreams. He is the son of Dusty Rhodes. There is a level of expectation that he should be able to reach a certain level. And here he is being Stardust, you know, and doing all the Stardust stuff. And you kind of look at him and you know that there's more there than what he's being allowed to show. You know that he is being held back. You know there's a good wrestler, a good talker, and someone that's just been given this Stardust character. And he's just trapped in them. I mean, Stardust's never going to main event WrestleMania, right? He could now that Cody's like super over. If Cody wanted to bring Stardust back for a night, he could now, but not as Stardust. He could only do it now because Cody's got himself over. You know, Cody had to leave, go away, work in New Japan, be a part of like Bullet Club and do all that stuff. And, you know, the journey of starting AEW and kind of go through all of that to come back to be a bigger star. And I just think if you look at it as a whole, there's a lot to respect about Cody. But yeah, I could understand why someone could look at where he is now and just see him as a bit cringe. I mean, he cries at the drop of a hat. You know what I mean? He does. His promos are all right. His promos are all right. Like, I think that I don't think he's got the same level of charisma as, say, a LA Knight or a Rock in particular. You know, but his matches are very good. His matches are very strong. Promos are fine, they're passable. His delivery's good. He's got a good look. I like him in his suits. I think that the wanting him to finish his story is very powerful, and I think that's a key driver. And then, as we said, you hear everything about how nice of a person he is. That Amanda Huber came out. Brody Lee's wife came out and said that he was there for the kids, took them out, you know, and he was just lovely. You hear about him helping out, signing stuff for hours after events, and them literally having to drag him away so he can get to the next town. And he just seems like a nice guy, doesn't he? You want to see nice things happen to good people sometimes. Not all the time, just sometimes. Mitchell said the R-Truth stuff is honestly getting annoying. It's getting overexposed. I love R-Truth, but it's starting not to be funny anymore. Well, we did wonder if that was going to be the case at the Royal Rumble, and I think the general consensus was no, this is fine. And I must admit, I thought what they had him do was strong enough to warrant it. I thought like him coming down trying to think he was in the women's one was entertaining on its own, but then him coming down and wanting to be tagged into the men's was entertaining on its own. So I kind of felt like that was okay. But people love R-Truth, don't they? They love R-Truth. I think this is WWE trying to find a way of showing R-Truth, getting him onto TV. But yeah, I can understand that if it is going to be the same joke, that kind of getting confused all the time. that it may start to lose its appeal eventually. But people will be in different places. Some people will be like, no, it's brilliant, it's perfect, still works. Some people will be like, nah, I'm over this now. So I think there'll be a split of opinion on this one. Like most things in wrestling, Mitchell. I think there'll be a split in opinion, but I feel quite confident that we are moving away from him in Judgment Day. It feels like he's been beaten up a couple of times now, and it feels like him and The Miz, the Awesome Truth, that might be the next stage for him. So I don't know what he's doing out here, though. I don't know if he's going to trip up Dominic and end up costing Dominic, and maybe that's why he's out here. He seems to be cheering on Kevin Owens, though, at the moment. He's looking out at the crowd. Kevin Owens is looking out at the crowds. Shot coming in there by Kevin Owens. Headbutt there by Kevin Owens. I think he's under the impression that Kevin Owens is The Miz, which doesn't really make sense. But then does anything make sense with R-Truth? Dominic goes to the outsides. Kevin Owens rolls out the ring. Runs round, clothesline. Dominic goes down. And I think he just took a picture with a fan as he delivers a senton to Dirty Dom. I think there was a fan that was like filming, and I think Kevin Owens came in and said a few words. I hope that footage goes onto social media. I don't know if it was a picture or footage, but Kevin Owens just interacting with a fan very briefly as he went outside the ring. Back in the ring now. Dom in the corner. Cannonball into the corner by Kevin Owens. Dirty Dom is down. Kevin Owens is climbing up. And a frog splash connects. Kevin Owens. Oh, kick out. Kick out. Kick out by Dirty Dom. I thought that was going to be it, man. I thought he had him there. I thought he was putting him away. Big splash by Kevin Owens. I can see you're pretty busy, did he say? Kevin Owens going over to Dirty Dom. Dom against the ropes. Pop-up powerbomb coming. Dom lands on his feet. Kick to the midsection. That was a bit botchy. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Kevin. Dirty Dom trying to grab Kevin. Looking for a suplex. Looking for 3 amigos. He gets 1 amigo. R-Truth on the outside is making his feelings known. There was 2 amigos. And he goes for the 3rd, but he can't get it. It's going to be reversed. Reversed by KO. KO's doing 3 amigos. There's 1 amigo. There's 2 amigos. And he's rolling through for the 3rd. Oh, and he can't get it either. Oh, DDT there by Dominic Mysterio. I really thought he would have done it. I thought he would have got all 3. Shoulder up there by Kevin. That would be really fun, actually. Could you imagine if a load of people tried to do 3 amigos and no one could do it? They always get to 2 and then they can never quite do the 3rd. And then, like, at WrestleMania, someone does get the 3rd. Like, you know, you can make these things matter, you know. It was good how, like, neither of them got the 3, I thought. I'd like to see that more often. 1 swanton by Kevin Owens, but a kick out by Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom showing some real resilience. There's been a few moments here where Dirty Dom could have been put away. Swanton. Oh, man. Imagine that. Kevin Owens crashing down on you. But Dirty Dom getting back up to his feet. Kick to the midsection. Looking for a stunner. Super kick by Dom. Dom is going for a 619. Against the ropes. connects with the 619. Kevin Owens is down. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Well, do you know what? Not bad. Not bad. Go get me a chair. If you want to be in the Judgment Day, go get me a chair. Your Judgment Day, get me a chair. R-Truth is going over to get a chair. The crowd are booing him. They don't want him to do it. R-Truth with the chair. Is he going to nail? Is he going to nail? But if he nails Dom, surely it'll be a DQ. He sets the chair up and he sits down. So R-Truth did not pass the chair to Dominic. Instead, he set the chair up, sat down, super kick by Kevin Owens. Pop-up powerbomb coming in. Boom! Connects! Kevin, 1, 2, 3! R-Truth jumps for joy as the match comes to a conclusion, and it is a win for Kevin Owens. Kevin Owens is going into the Elimination Chamber. Right, let's get your thoughts and your scores on this match. Don't forget, tomorrow we will drop the opinion video onto the channel, and we'll include all these match scores into there. You'll be able to see them, but you'll just see how they rank with other matches from 2024 so far. So we've got that bubbling away. So far, Kevin Owens, LA Knight, Drew McIntyre, Randy Orton, and Bobby Lashley. That is the lineup for the Elimination Chamber, with one more spot to fill. Kevin Owens looking out at the fans, and backstage we've got Drew McIntyre. Look at the size difference here. Kayla Braxton down here, Drew McIntyre up here. Hopefully there'll be some fun memes on that again. Drew McIntyre. Is LA Knight? Yeah. Your moment can be stolen one more time. You're good, says Drew. I see through you, said Drew. All I see is insecurity, and you should be insecure. Thanks for the advice, old timer. You haven't been champion since I've been here of anything, says LA Knight. I can see CM Punk. I could see DM Hunt going right there as well. This is such a better way, I think, of presenting LA Knight. We don't have to do like the entrance and the walking down and like, you know, the crowds. You can just get to the meat of it. You just sort of get to the good stuff straight away. You know, the zingers. Like, looking at this shirt, I can see space for DM Hunt. That's a much better way of presenting him, I think. He's great in the ring, like promo-wise, but just backstage and a bit of back and forth with Drew, just get into the meat of the promo. Brilliant. Big smile on Roman's face as he embraces Jimmy Uso. Roman is here. Rock arrived earlier. Really, I really liked that backstage promo from LA Knight. I thought it was very good. Erase Your Mind said, perfect deuce, no constipation, finished the story. Erase Your Mind, so proud of you. So proud of you. I hope we get a video package. That'd be nice. I hope we get a video package. I would love to see that, Erase Your Mind. I think every story that gets finished should have a video package. Right, Zelina making her way down. She's going to be... It's Tiffy time! Tiffy time! Zelina in the ring. She's got the Puerto Rican flag. She's got it in like black and white. It's fun graphics for Zelina Vega, isn't it? This Monday. What's happening Monday, kids? Drew versus Cody Rhodes. Let's go. Plus Gunter. Yeah, man. Intercontinental Championship match. Yeet. Main event, Jey Uso takes on the Ring General for the Intercontinental Championship. James, shout out to you, said maybe they do Cody versus Rock at SummerSlam. Maybe they do. I mean, I would be down for that. I really would. I think that if Cody wins, then, you know, The Rock trying to restore the honor for the family, that could be a lot of fun. That could be a lot of fun. Do you know, if I was to book something, I think I would look at doing... I think I would look at doing Drew beating Seth at Elimination Chamber, right? Again, word from Wrestling Observer is that they may look to do a match straight after the Chamber. Unplanned, unexpected, unannounced, and spur of the moment. Oh my God, what's happening? Type situation. I think I'd do that, and I think I'd have Drew win. That gets the belt off Seth, who I don't think needs it because he's involved in something bigger, right? So that means I can do Drew versus Sammy at WrestleMania. And I'm definitely doing that, kids, right? Drew versus Sammy at WrestleMania for the title. I can do Rock versus Seth as the main event of night one, right? Don't give me this Bailey EO stuff. I know. But if The Rock's having a match, it's going to main event in it, right? So, Seth against The Rock. And then on night two, I'm doing Cody versus Roman. Rock is beating Seth. Cry all you want. Cry all you want. I want you to cry. I want you to be upset, right? Rock, I would have him go over Seth. There's no title on the line. I've got the belt off him already. I got the belt off him at Elimination Chamber. So there's no belt on the line. But this is the bloodline trying to destroy, you know, Seth and Cody. So Rock gets the dub in the main event of night one. So what happens night two? Is it going to be a clean sweep for the bloodline? Or can Cody finish the story to make it 1-1, right? Cody, of course, finishes the story. That means that it's kind of 1-1. You know, they both won. Both sides won a main event of WrestleMania. That can then get us to Cody versus Rock at SummerSlam. The two winners of the two nights of WrestleMania. The winner of night one taking on the winner of night two for the undisputed Universal Heavyweight Championship title. Cody will have had a little run with the belt by this point. He would have had it for a good few months. It's not out the realms of possibility that they might pull the trigger and put it on The Rock, right? It's not out of the realms of possibility. So I think that would be a massive SummerSlam match, a very intriguing SummerSlam match. I would think I'd have Cody win, by the way. Cody would get past The Rock. And then probably build towards like some sort of big Survivor Series thing. Just as a rough outline, just as a rough sketch as to like, you know, how is it that you'd like it to play out? That's how I would play it out. I know Seth losing would sting, but if you're going to lose to someone, losing to The Rock, I don't think is a problem. And obviously Seth would main event, and that's what he wants to do. Anyway. Pete Dunne said things are going great. Peter, my chum. New tag team name. New Catch Republic. Here's Dominic Mysterio. Tyler Bates said, how about you and R-Truth against... Is that going to be their new name? New Catch Republic? Is that their new name? Why have we done that? What was wrong with British Strong Style? Is that... Are we keeping this? Is this a thing? New Catch Republic? I mean, Pete Dunne didn't say no. Well, I'm definitely going to need to find some reaction on that, if that is sticking. New Catch Republic doesn't really do it for me. I'm not offended by it. I'm just not blown away by it either. New Catch Republic. Here is Tiffany Stratton making her way down. Dirty Dom has got that X-Pac heat, says Cleveland Brown. British Strong Style is no good without Trent Seven, says Sam Alt 027. It's a daft name, said Brian. Why not just keep British Strong Style as the name, said Jim? I don't know. I do understand that British Strong Style was the three of them with Trent Seven, but, you know, Trent Seven's no longer in the company. He's in TNA, I believe. I don't think he would have a problem with it. I think he would want the best for his friends. Like, you use the name, go and make money, make stars of yourselves, do what you need to do. You know, Tyler, maybe even Pete as well, wouldn't be where they are if it wasn't for Trent Seven. I mean, like, he is definitely always going to be a part of their story. So, I don't think, unless there's been a big falling out or something like that, or, I don't know, perhaps, like, Strong Style is copyrighted. Perhaps they haven't got the rights for Strong Style, so British Strong Style is not enough of a change, you know? I don't like that at all. They're putting up the 2K24 ratings on screen. Why do I give a flip what someone at 2K thinks? I have no idea why people give a flip about the numbers. Not a flipping clue. Who cares? Who cares what someone at 2K thinks? I don't give a flip. I need someone to tell me if they regard Tiffany Stratton as being better than Zelina Vega. What are they basing that on? Don't like that. Let's not do that again. Moonsault by Zelina. Now the screen went off, so that would suggest that a boob popped out. Did we get a boob pop out? Screen just went black. Oh my god. I'm going to write the word boob. I'm going to write the word boob. I think a boob fell out. I'm telling you now, the screen just went black momentarily, and I do not think it was a case of a bad connection. I think it was a case of a bad boob. I think it was a bad boob! Yeah! boobs! Yeah! Tiffy time! Tiffy time! Is that what Tiffy time is? Boobs out! Oh my god. I love Tiffy time. Welcome to Smack Boobs. Oh my god. Sounds like an instruction, doesn't it? I'd rather see Drew have another wardrobe. Oh, that was the best one. It with his kilt coming off, says Jessica. Yeah, that was the best. Although I am a big fan of Smack Boobs, in all fairness. Boob down! Boob down! That fills me with panic, actually, to be honest. You know, like, man down. Man down! Man down! We need to go and save him! I don't like the idea of a boob being in trouble. Let me tell you. Boob down! Boob down! Sounds like a code, doesn't it? We might have just launched some missiles in Russia. I don't know. The outfit is basically made for a wardrobe malfunction. Well, God bless them. Thank you, whoever made that ring attire. God bless them. Christopher is demanding an... Is he? Christopher, are you demanding a replay? Well, listen. In defense of Christopher, right? In defense of Christopher, they do show a lot of replays. So, you know, why can't we get a replay? Get lots of different replays. It was a big spot on to the outside, wasn't it? I'd like to see it again. It was a big move, that was. Big move. Finishing move. The boobs out. Big... Good God almighty! She's got a family, damn it! Oh, it's the best, isn't it? Titty time! Oh my God! The chat is on fire! The chat is on fire! It's titty time! Oh my God. I thought Roman and The Rock were going to make this a goated Smackdown. It turns out it's Tiffany's boobs. Brilliant. Let's go. Imagine if a dong falls out for the women later. Gotta give so much to the girls, haven't you? James said, I've tweeted you. Oh, what? Just as I said the word dong. Let's have a look. What's happening? Oh, old timer. Yeah, very good. That did cross my mind because of when we looked at his age earlier. That's a good tweet, though, from Drew. Drew put in a tweet out saying, old timer. Laughing face. Drew's 38. LA Knight is 41. Very good. Very good. Let's go fix everything Jay messed up. That's what Roman said to Jimmy. They're going to get Jimmy to cost Jay the IC title, says Alex. I think that was the belief going into it, you know. Ooh. Lovely work there by... Was that like an Alabama slam by Tiffany Stratton on Zelina Vega? LWO have made their way. They're watching the action from ringside, and Legado del Fantasma have come down. I mean, of course they have. They saw the same thing we saw. Of course they've come down. If I was backstage, I'd get ringside as well. Tiffany Stratton on the middle rope. goes over to the middle of the ring. Here is, Meteor up by Zelina. Shoulder up by Tiffany. Tiffany rolls out the ring. She goes over by the commentary table. Zelina comes out, goes after her. Knee to the midsection there by Tiffany. Into the barricade goes Zelina. Shot coming in there by Zelina. So she's going to cost her in. There's Elektra Lopez. Elektra Lopez. Trash talking Zelina Vega. Zelina grabs Elektra Lopez. Hurls her to the ringside area. She just sort of like threw her over the barricade, then threw her back again. She didn't actually really do much. Kick coming in by Titty Stratton. Picks her up, slams down Zelina. She's going over. We're going to go for the prettiest moonsault. Boom! Oh, God. She got her knees right in the midsection of Zelina Vega. I mean, she's grabbing a whole lot of everything, isn't she? I mean, I don't know that we ever see that top again. That top might be going straight in the bin when she walks back through the curtain. She was having all kinds of issues. Look at that. Boom. It is a thing of beauty. Chamo. Boobs fall anywhere, man. Boobs fall anywhere match. Oh my God, it's goated. It is goated. Wrestler Andy said, are you still considered as the Michael Jordan of Elektra Lopez simps? No, I am a massive Tiffany Stratton ring attire simp now. Whoever it is that made her ring gear, that's who I stand now. That's my guide. That's my North Star. Okay, we're backstage with AJ Styles. Hello. Oh! Anderson and AJ. If it was anyone else. Try it again. Oh dear. Carl Anderson and AJ Styles getting at it, man. It's over. Let it go. Oh, Jesus. Let's get out of here. Oh, my God. Oh, is AOP ready? Are the AOP ready to go? They look ready. AOP make their SmackDown debut. Is that true? Have they not been on SmackDown before? In their first run? I'm sure people will be looking into that. You know what us wrestling fans are like? Actually, Corey Graves, I think you'll find that they did make an appearance on SmackDown in the ring. It was a fatal four-way match in 2011. Shut up. Don't you know there's boobs swinging freely in the world? Right, Tiffany versus Zelina. The greatest match we will ever see. What time to be alive. Bembo said, Days, Ludwig Kaiser is one lucky man having Tiffany Stratton as your partner. Smurfy said, if Days had a beanie malfunction, YouTube, could you imagine that? Doesn't even bear thinking about, does it? Right, Defcon Prime said, does it rival Sky Blue Slip and Pippy back in December? What, slip and nipping? I don't think I saw a slip and nipping from Sky Blue, to be honest. Guys, let's not get it twisted, right? I don't go out my way to find these things. I'm not actively sitting here going, oh yeah, someone said there was a nip slip on Collision. Oh my God, let's see if we can find that, shall we? Oh, lovely. Do you know what I mean? I was watching the show anyway. Plus also, I didn't see anything because it went black. Yeah. Which is normally what happens when a lady gets her boobs out around me. Just goes black. I faint. Pass out. Can't cope. I get overwhelmed. I can't deal with it. So, I didn't even get a chance to see anything. So, I don't know. I don't know how it compares to Sky Blue's Slippin' Nippin', but I'm sure all of them were fantastic for wrestling fans. I think all of them were very well received. William says, Tiffany isn't just another pair of boobs, James. She is a real wrestler. See how we sold Vegas's moves? That takes a real pro. So it's lovely, actually, to see William appreciating the wrestling abilities of Tiffany Stratton. That is very surprising. Defcon Prime said, don't get twisted like a purple nurple. Purple nurple? What's that? Is that where you did the old, like, twist it? I've never done that. Till it goes purple. And it's called a purple nurple. Some of you in some real kinky stuff, man. Weird. I just want to watch grown men wearing next to no clothes grappling away with each other. Yeah? Nothing kinky about that. Hey, here's Post Malone. He has sorted out the soundtrack for WWE 2K24. He says the secret is a little something for everybody. So he's put himself on there. We've got twice, actually. Busta Rhymes. There's someone called Yeats. Tyler Childers. Miachu Gun. Pigs. There is a band called Pigs. Look at them. Big Rig. Pigs. Is that the name of the band? Pigs. Where's Boyzone or Backstreet Boys or NSYNC? Hey? Who the hell's Pigs? Wild. What a show. Bailey, I'm not the same superstar that you brought to SummerSlam. You think you can choose to face me at WrestleMania? This is EO's era. And you will stay that way. I will embarrass you. Dakota, if you think you can turn your back on us with no consequences, then you're just as stupid as Bailey. You better sleep with one eye open because we are coming for you. No one is ready for Damage Control. They're keeping the Damage Control name. Wow. It's a bit like the Four Horsemen. And they kept changing their members. This is the new Damage Control. Right, in the ring we got Javier Bernal and Bo. I don't know who's that. Boo Morris. Don't know who Boo Morris is. We know Javier Bernal though. Big Body Harvey. They're just treating him as like as jobbers though, aren't they? Even though Big Body Harvey has been on NXT quite a few times. Right, here we go then. Niall said, Elimination Chamber, Clothing Elimination Chamber. Let's go. A Clothing Elimination Chamber. Don't even know what that is. I wouldn't even know what that entailed. I feel like we're on a slippery slope back to the Attitude Era here. And not the good parts of the Attitude Era. The bad parts. The puppy parts. Here's the Final Testament. Authors of Pain, the AOP. Karrion Kross. Scarlett. Paul Ellering. Look at the monsters that are the AOP, man. Oh my God. Why did we let them go in the first place? Look at the size of these monsters. Oh, this is going to be a murder. It's going to be a flipping murder. We want puppies. Her finisher should be called the nip slip. Right, let's end this poll. Oh my God. Big Body Harvey is down already. Only 48% good. What's wrong with you, people? Yeah, that's right. 21% said it was all time. 21% of you said that Tiffany match was an all-time match. It's hard to argue, innit? Right. Super Collider. And yeah, this ain't gonna take long, is it? Boom. 2, 3, done, mate. That was it. So we're gonna need to get match scores. What did you think of that tag match? All time. Great. That wasn't just a win, it was a warning shot, says Corey Graves. I mean, it did what it needed to do. I think it would have been nice to have seen a few more team moves from them. Them just coming out and squashing these guys, that's fine, but I always think with a squash match, yes, it is to get like a quick win, but also use it to show what you can do, show some of your move set, and I don't know that we got loads there. But it did what it needed to do for now. Here is Logan Paul. He is backstage. Of course, he has got a match coming up. Yeah, Logan said, this is my first ever live television match. Get a hashtag thank you, Logan, going. You're going to see me knock out The Miz live on SmackDown. We haven't built that up enough, really, that this is his first TV match. I will win the Elimination Chamber, says Logan. That'll make me WWE's double champ. So there we go. Logan doing a little backstage interview. Coming up next, The Miz versus Logan Paul. And I think, are we going to commercial break? I think we are. I don't think I've seen this advert yet. This is for Love and WWE. An all-access reality show. You know, I see clips of that, and I see that advert, and I go, I could watch that. And then I see some clips from it, and it all looks quite staged and, like, you know, reality show. You know, the thing that girls like. I'm like, yeah, that's not for me. I don't know, I'm very conflicted by it. If it's like actual, let's have a look behind the scenes. Let's see what Bianca said straight after a WrestleMania match. Let's see, you know, how nervous she was in the build. If it's like documentary style, sign me up. I think that'd be really interesting. If it's going to be like staged moments and stuff like that, I don't really need that. Don't know if anyone's seen it. Let us know. The authors of Puppies, yeah. Very good. And you can still keep the AOP name as well. Logan Paul, future WWE Heavyweight Champion. You heard it here first, said Cleveland Brown. There was no nip slip, said James. James, don't you burst that bubble. I saw it. There was no black screen here. It just went to commercial afterwards. Don't you dare take this away from us. Don't you dare take this away from us. It was only momentarily, and I don't think we've had it anywhere else on the show. And it was straight after the spot as well, so... I'm not having it, James. I'm not having it. In my mind, the boob was fully out. It wasn't even just a little thing. It was there. Right? And everyone was crying. In my mind, that's what happened. Tiffany was crying. Zelina was crying. People in the front row were throwing up. Kids went running out the building. The fire alarm got sounded. It was horrific. But in a very artful, beautiful way. Trent said, we're all wrestling fans. I think the last thing we're worried about is being staged. I don't mind. Well, I don't know. I'm not looking for... I just think, like, with that kind of a show, you could do a show like that. And I think the reality would be more interesting than them trying to put in fake bits. I think looking at wrestlers and seeing how nervous they get and seeing the work that they put in and like having to go to the gym and, you know, how do they balance real life? I mean, where's Bianca going to the grocery store? Do you know what I mean? They must go and get groceries when they're back home. But seeing wrestlers do normal day-to-day stuff would be weird. That would look strange. But they must have to do it. So, like, I kind of feel like there's a reality that would be very interesting to see. I don't think we need to, like, be making up stupid spots and doing little silly things. But that's just me, innit? And this program ain't aimed at me. It's aimed at people with wombs. Right, we are looking at Lincoln Financial Field. This is going to be where WrestleMania is coming from. But that is not where we are right now. We are at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City. That is where the Salt Lake basketball team plays, by the looks of it. The Salt Lake Simps. Big fan. Right, progressive match flow. What are we doing? What are we looking at? We're looking at Raw on Monday. Signs in the crowd. Claim your kingdom. It was a really good segment, that was. Really good segment. Dave, you missed my super chats. Mitchell, shout out to you. Mitchell said there was no black screen in the USA. It went to commercial. Mitchell! What are you ruining it for? Well, you might have gone to commercial, but we got a black screen. I don't know at what point the boobs fell out. I don't know if they fell out whilst you was at commercial. But I'm telling you, it was horrific. Oh, imagine that. Imagine jumping in and going, actually, come on. Mitchell's like the fun police. He saw everyone in the chat having fun. He's like, actually, guys, stop talking about this because it didn't happen. Are you like that at parties, Mitchell? Is that what you do at parties? Guys, it's 9 o'clock. Can we turn the music off, please? It's getting late now. Turn the music off. One drink each from now on, please. And also, if you are going to talk, please keep it down to a whisper. Thank you. Come on, Mitchell. Come on. Salt Lake Titty. See what the people want. That's what the people want. Defcon Prime said, does it rival... Oh, we read that. Defcon Prime said, don't get twisted. Oh, we read that as well. The purple nurple. Boom. Right, we are up to speed. Who the hell are you? And what have you done with the real William Hensey? What's this? William said, I'm just reading the chat and I'm watching as the match. It's too boob infested. Yeah, what's going on? What's this? I thought you'd be leading this charge. Mitchell said, I'm only mad that I didn't see a boob. Okay, that makes more sense now. Right, we're seeing a couple of ladies enter Roman and Rock's Bloodline dressing room. Taking some food in. And here comes The Miz. Right, Days, I've just found this out, says Kian. Okay, apparently the Roman Rock segment is going to be unscripted. Triple H is going to be at SmackDown. What do you think Triple H will say if Rock calls him out? I think he would come out. I mean, it might be unscripted, but it's not going to be like we don't know what we're doing. There's going to be an outline. So it's going to be, right, you two go to the ring. We want you to talk about what was said on Monday with Cody and Seth. We want you to reflect on that. Once you've done that for a minute or so, then move on to where we're going. And where we're going is we are building towards Elimination Chamber and that Grayson Waller effect. So we want you to mention that, and then can you like find a way of calling out Triple H? So there will be a skeleton outline. It's just that it's not going to be, right, Roman says this, Rock says that, Roman says this, Rock says that. It's just going to be like a loose kind of framework, you know? But they'll know what they want to achieve in that segment and where they need that segment to go still. So if they call out Triple H, they'll know that Triple H is going to be coming out, and they'll know roughly the theme of what he's going to say. Here's Logan Paul. King Yeti said, as far as I'm concerned, Boobgate happened. Same to me, but no one will ever tell me different. It happened, and I saw it as well. You lot got a black screen. I didn't. Right. Okay, Logan Paul then has made his way down to the ring. We've got The Miz out there as well. Logan versus The Miz. And we are halfway through this show. Halfway through this show. Logan Paul in the corner. Miz over the other side. Wrestler Danny said Logan Paul and The Rock on the same show is gonna bring a lot of new eyes. Yes. Let's go. Oh, that's interesting. Trent has just sent me Cody's schedule. So here is SmackDown. He's on SmackDown a couple of times in February. So he's done that. Then he's doing a house show tonight, all right? Oh no, what's this? What's going on? Oh, is that actually from Dakota? Yeah, that is actually Dakota that's just put that out. Hit me, baby, one more time. Okay, well, I'm a bit busy now, love. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. Ignore that. That's just Dakota pinging me a message. Ignore that, guys. Ignore it, yeah. Dakota, shout out to you, love. But yeah, the point we're making is Trent just pointing out that Cody is actually at a house show tonight, so he won't be able to interrupt here. Right, Logan back in the corner. Kick coming in as the Miz comes over. Kick coming in there by the Miz. Doug said Dakota looking good. That was just for me. Doug, please don't look at that picture. Kicks coming in there by the Miz. Miz going over against the ropes and a boot to Logan. Going for the cover to Logan, gets his shoulder up. Days, I know it's boobs, it's fun, but I'm looking at our women in the chat being silent. If a woman or women go silent, then we effed up and we need to call our jets. Well, that's definitely one way to look at it. That is I agree, that is one way to look at it. Another way to look at it is boobs, isn't it? That's another way. And as I said, look, maybe a dong can fall out for the women. Yeah, I'm all about equality. I'm all about equality. Logan in control. James said, days for me, wrestling promos are always blessed. Blessed. They're always blessed. Best when they blur the lines of reality and storyline. Yeah. I think a lot of people like unscripted promos. I'm a bit mixed on them. I just think it really depends on the talent. Some talent aren't good at thinking on their feet. They don't have the ability to cut amazing promos. The notion that all unscripted promos are, you know, going to be amazing or are going to be the right way forward. I don't really agree with that. I think there are superstars that need that help. But someone like The Rock definitely does not. So, you know, unscripted, let's go. It's going to be an amazing segment. I'm just disappointed we're not going to it now. Chops coming in by The Miz. Big swing there by Logan. Faint Repeater said, did you see Logan give a kid his used chewing gum from his mouth? No. He stuck it to the kid's Prime bottle. How is this allowed? I don't know, man. That kid might even pop it in his mouth, mightn't he? Ugh. Oh my god. I mean, giving out like Prime bottles, I mean, that is something kids would love, isn't it? So Logan giving out like his Prime, he should do that. He should have a couple, really. Back elbow by Logan. I mean, if you go to a WWE show that Logan's on and you can get in the front row, there is a chance if you're a kid that you might get his Prime bottle. And that's quite an appeal, isn't it? I'd imagine if you're a big Logan fan. Big splash by Logan on the edge of the ring. Logan goes over as Miz spills to the outside. Logan looking at the WrestleMania sign as we go to commercial break. Have you tried Prime yet? No. Of course not. No. I have no interest in trying Prime. I would say puppies, but 90% of the noobs here wouldn't get it, says Nate from We Are Family. Jody said, I could get his Prime bottle at my local supermarket for $3.99. EST said, kids shouldn't drink Prime. Kyle said, Days, the barrier is black tonight. Love unseen. Shout out to you, my friend. Yeah, we saw it with Raw. I wonder if they're just doing the same with SmackDown. Well spotted. If there are any tweets like that doing the rounds, little bits like, oh, like, you know, they're doing this with SmackDown now, or oh, here's the boob that wasn't shown. I'll tell you what, that'll be the greatest unseen episode ever. Guys, the screen went black. This is what you missed. That'd have its own folder, let me tell you. Woo. Days would rather drink his own pee than drink Prime. I mean, we'd have a conversation. Alchemouncer said, I support equal rights. If a man can go round without a shirt on his top, then a woman should be able to as well. It's hard to argue. It's sad that WWE needs to rely on The Rock to sell tickets or get more viewership. There's no new stars in the making, said Nishant. I hope old WWE will be back and Triple H will bring it back. Well, I don't know what you mean by that last bit. I don't think we want... I don't think we need The Rock, to be honest. And I think that the ratings have been pretty good anyway. It's undeniable that The Rock's going to take you to a different level, but then The Rock's one of the most recognizable men on the planet, and he's got WWE to thank for that. So, in a way, WWE are only reaping what they sowed, you know? They helped The Rock get to where he is, and so now they can bring him back and benefit from his popularity. Of course, The Rock has gone on to Hollywood and got even bigger, but they're the ones that got him started, you know? They're the ones that got him started. So, I kind of feel like you are right in saying that The Rock is bringing new eyes and building it up and everything. You're not wrong with that. But I don't know that we needed it. Like, I think the tickets for WrestleMania had already sold out before like The Rock came back. And, you know, if you saw last year when The Rock wasn't around, all Triple H kept saying is, this is the highest gate in SmackDown history. This is the most views that a WrestleMania's ever had. In fact, last year's WrestleMania was the most viewed WrestleMania ever. It might even have been the most viewed event WWE have ever done. Like, some of the records that we've had at the moment is just kicking off. So I don't think it's quite right to say that The Rock is the only reason we're getting viewership. It's right to say that he's increased the viewership, but of course he would. But we don't need him. We've been cooking. Things have been fine. So I kind of think that, are we building new stars? I don't know, man. That's interesting. I think we're building Gunther. And you can certainly look at a Bianca as a success story. And, I don't know, Becky? I mean, is she new? Does she class as new? Sasha? I mean, if you think Sasha, WWE built Sasha, she's still only like 31 or something. 30. How old is she? She's young. She's younger than you'd think. She's 32. Sasha Banks is 32. That means she can have another 10 years. It's mental, innit? That is mental. LA Knight is 41. Drew McIntyre is 38. Sasha Banks is 32. She was born in 1992. Mental. She was born, I would say, a few days before Ric Flair won the greatest Royal Rumble. With a tear in his eye. She was born just a few days before that. Kicks coming in by The Miz. Crowd are pretty into this as The Miz was firing in kicks. Goes over, duck underneath by Logan. Rolls up The Miz. Kick out by The Miz. Oh, big boot to the head of Logan. Logan, knee there by The Miz. Logan goes down. Miz looking over at Logan as Logan gets back up to his feet. Kick coming in. Logan goes down. Logan getting back up to his feet again as Miz comes over. Logan goes down again. Logan is grabbing a hold of that apron. Referee's trying to get Logan to let it go. Oh. And as the ref's distracted, poke to the eye, skull crushing, connects. He turns the Miz over. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Miz kicks out. Miz kicks out. Blood in the mouth of the Miz as well, by the looks of it. So, a skull-crushing finale. Do you know what would be quite interesting? It would be interesting to have a look at their previous match from SummerSlam and to compare it to this match to see if they're just using a lot of the same spots or if there is like big differences. And if there are differences, what are the differences? What moves are we seeing here that we didn't see in that match before? How is this different from their first encounter? That would be a big thing to do, but it would be an interesting thing to do. It's the kind of thing that WrestleNomics could have a look at, you know, comparing the two matches and finding the differences. Are we seeing, like, how many moves did Logan do in that first match compared to this one? Has his moveset got bigger? How many aerial moves did he do in that first one compared to this one? How many big spots did we do in that one compared to this one? Like, I know that one was SummerSlam and this one is like a TV match, so it's not really comparing like for like, but it would still be interesting. Miz collides into Logan. Logan goes down. The brass knucks. Okay, there's a couple of guys in the crowds. Referee is warning the Miz that he can't use those brass knucks, and the Miz chucks them away. Back in the ring goes Logan. Logan always has to cheat, says Raven. Shot coming in there by the Miz. Kick coming in. Oh, and he goes through the ropes. Big shot there by Logan. I'm going to Australia, says Logan. 1, 2, 3, and he is. Logan gets the pin, and he is going to Australia. So, Logan Paul gets past The Miz. There's a sign in the crowd that says, I love Prime. That must be Jake. Here's Jessica. Jessica, shout out to you, my friends. Hope you are well. Welcome, welcome. We have just got a full lineup now for the men's Elimination Chamber match. We still have Naomi against Alba Fire. I'd imagine that we'll have that match next. And then, of course, we've got the Rock and Roman. That is going to get time. Oh, hello. Jade Cargill. Braun Breaker. There she is. Do I pin you first or do I pin you first? I'm new round here, says Tiffany. I've won the chamber match before, so I know you're not talking to me, says Bianca. Liv. Oh. Jade's in the room. She looks like a flipping mirable. Toodles. Tiffany walks out. Okay, what's happening here? We've got... So I don't know if they signed. Did they sign? Did Bron sign? Did Jade sign? Jade, I think, is expected to sign, but Bron, I think, is expected to go to Raw. Naomi. Naomi. This is new. This is new. New music for Naomi! Go. It's alright. I kind of like how it starts with the N-A-O-M-I. And then it like... Yeah, it's kind of cool. It's very similar, like, in its presentation. We're still very much glowing. We're still very much dancing. It definitely feels quite big, though, doesn't it, you know? Go. Go. It's similar to her TNA entrance, says James. William said Jade Liv looked tall. It made Tiffany look small. Gunner for Life said Liverpool Football Club is poop, poop, poop. Brian said it's a pee break match. Right, we are going to commercial Perth, Australia. 1 week from tomorrow. Rhea Ripley. Nia Jax. Right, so we're just looking at an Elimination Chamber advert. Rhea, Nia. We don't actually know what's main event. I don't think it'll be this. Don't think it'll be this. Tricky one, that, isn't it? Depends what happens in that Grayson Waller effect segment. It feels like that should main event, but... Right, let's go into Super Chats. So, King Yeti said, as far as I'm concerned, Boob Gate happened. I agree. Kyle O'Sullivan, shout out to you, said, Days, the barrier is black and I love Unseen. Appreciate it, my friends. Yeah, it should be a good Unseen tonight. I'm really looking forward to just some of the reaction to what we've had so far. Obviously, that Drew thing that people just tagged us in was fun, with him reacting to LA Knight calling him old man, even though he's old timer, even though he's younger. So I think there should be some fun stuff. I had some stuff lined up for it anyway, so we'll try and get that out as soon as we can after SmackDown. Mitchell said they showed Jade in the skybox with Aldis. They showed Jade in the skybox with Aldis. What? I don't know what that means. Do you mean like earlier tonight? They showed her in a skybox with Nick Aldis. Is that what I mean? They just showed her backstage with Nick Aldis, but I don't know if she signed. Does anyone know if she signed? She was about to sign, or there was some sort of conversation, and then Tiffany Stratton came in. But I don't know if she actually did sign or not. So, as I said, I think the dirt sheets are under the impression Tiffany will go to SmackDown, but Braun, I think he'll go to Raw. I'm expecting him to step up to Gunther. So I'm thinking he goes to Raw. If he goes to SmackDown, it's going to be hard for him to face Gunther at WrestleMania and become a IC champion. So I am expecting him to go to Raw and her to SmackDown, but I don't know. I didn't see if they actually signed. Simple said, I've got a question. Would you be surprised if Tony booked himself to win the AEW World title? Yes, I would. Unless he leans into being a heel and being hated, because that would not be popular at all. AEW is about the wrestling, the wrestlers. You know, they want best in class. And clearly, Tony is not that. So he would only be doing it to be a heel and wind up the fans and upset the fans. So unless we do that, I would be very, very surprised. Someone asked him the other day if he was going to have a match at any point, and he said, I don't think that's something that people want to see. So at this stage, I don't even know he's looking to have a match, let alone put the world title on himself. If Tony is watching, I can tell you now, that is not the way to fix your ratings issue. Yeah, I don't think that you'll probably get some ratings for it as people tune in to see if you're actually going to do it. But I wouldn't say the long-term prospects would be brilliant. Hey, look, we got Heyman talking with Grayson Waller. It's interesting. Grayson Waller had a lot of nice words for Roman and the bloodline. He said he acknowledges Roman, so there's a lot of respect there. And he's probably talking about his segments at Elimination Chamber, just knowing what the bloodline want from him in that segment. Okay, so Naomi is in the ring. She's still dancing away. It'll be the death of AEW if Tony booked himself to win the AEW Championship, said JMBer. Not yet, just backstage. Oh yeah, not come out yet. James said, Jordan has tweeted a Mercedes tweet. What's Mercedes saying? Here comes Isla Dawn and Elba Fire. Isla Dawn and Alba Fire making their way down. Alba Fire, I mean, doesn't really stand much of a chance here, does she? Wait till you see what I'm fighting for next. Wait till you see what I'm fighting for next. Alba Fire is a real threat in this game. That's quite interesting. Yeah, that's really interesting. So Corey says, can you tell us when you stepped away and came back, how you like felt about that? Maybe something you've not revealed. It kind of felt like he was being a bit specific about something, trying to get a certain answer out of him. But Wade Barrett said that things that annoyed him in the past didn't annoy him now, and he doesn't know if that's the same case for Naomi. But he said that he came back with a completely different mindset, which was really interesting. Really interesting. Kick coming in there by Naomi. Isla and Albert deserve better, said Zoom Station. A revival of the Nexus, says I'm Kyle. Well, I don't think there's any plans to do anything like that. I think people would like to see Wade have another match. But, yeah, I don't think there's any plans to do anything. Right, to the outside goes Alba. Isla is still out there as Naomi goes through the ropes. She's being dragged out the ring. Isla coming over, having a word with Naomi. I think her hair is meant to say Naomi, but I can't see the I. It just seems to say Naom. Naom. Oof, Bulldog onto the steps. I want to see Naomi's hair. The back of her hair, it looks like it says Naom, but I can't see the I. Naom. It's a new name, Naom. Right. Wade said he's learnt that it's better to make more money. It does not matter if your values are compromised and if you're treated like beep, says Big Al. Is that what he said? Wild. Nishant said, most of the WWE fans tune in for the main event. Like today, most of the people just want to see the Rock Roman segment. Big Time said, the SmackDown feels like a weird one. Going in, I sensed the hype. The card in advance was solid. The show so far feels like a mixture of good and ordinary, and we're just waiting for the main event. Maggie said, of course, Naomi is going to win. She's just back in. They don't care about Alba. Either Alba Fire or Bailey need to change clothes for real, said Pook. Not too good together, but okay match going, said Intoxicated. But birthdays, the eye is there. It is just difficult to see, said Big Bun. Oh, is it? I couldn't see it. I could not see it. Days, who is Noemi? Yeah, new wrestler. Noemi. That's why it's a different entrance. A lot of people make the mistake of thinking this is Naomi, but as you'll see below, it's actually Noemi. Just say no to Amy. No, Amy. I need Kaylee Ray back, said James. No Amy Dar. No Amy Dar. No Amy Dar. The greatest mixed match talent challenge team we've yet to see. No Amy Dar. Big Time said, thoughts on the match quality? It's been rough around the edges for a loaded show. AOP squash match in 2024. This isn't 2018 squash. It really didn't do anything. I think it has been okay. I think it can be better. I think that they're just sort of, I don't know, it feels like one of those shows where we spend the show just getting a little bit of admin done, you know? We need to do a qualifying match. We need to show off some rising superstars. I thought Tiffany looked quite good. So we show off and like AOP, you know, we show them off. And I agree, like, I think AOP's match should have been a little longer. Not long, but just, you know, another minute or so, where they just did a few more team moves. I'd like to have seen a bit more of their arsenal, you know? It's kind of like if the Steiners did a squash match back in the day, you would get to see them do some really good team moves together. And of course, you'd see a Frankensteiner, which would normally, like, you know, finish the match off. But you'd get a few team moves together, and I know we did get the Super Collider, but I'd like to have seen a bit more. I'd like to have seen a bit more, like really establish some of their key moves. But it was just a bit of a squash. Well, it was very much a squash, and there wasn't really much to it. But considering it was their debut, you just want to get them over as wrecking machines. This was really a chance to just have a little look at them, really. Just show the size of them, the dominance of them, and it did what it did. But yeah, I think it was a bit of admin. I think everyone's tuning in for Rock Roman. I think that the qualifying matches have been okay, and it's all about that main event, innit? I mean, to be honest, if this main event is going to bang, if this segment is going to deliver, this Rock Roman segment, that's all people are going to talk about after. That's all that will dominate conversation. So I think WWE know that. I think they're quite fortunate in the position of knowing that people are going to watch just for that segment. So get some stars out there, do some matches, show some people off. But you wouldn't necessarily want this every week, would you? I agree. You want some more like backstage segments. I think there's been a few of them tonight, though. We just had that Tiffany bit with Jade Cargill backstage. We had that really good LA Knight, Drew McIntyre moment as well. There's been a few little bits backstage. We had the promo from Damage Control, of course, where they spoke to Bayley and Dakota. But it is about finding that balance, isn't it? Of making sure that you've got plenty of wrestling, because that's why people tune in. But also that you've got those good backstage segments. So, Naomi in control. Do you think Cody and Seth will show up? Well, no. Apparently Cody is over in a house show. So, he's at a house show. Jessica, shout out to you. Miss Elizabeth Lee, shout out to you as well. Same profile picture. It's a bit dodgy, isn't it? What's going on there? What's happening there? What's this about? Face first. Explain, Jessica or Miss Elizabeth Lee. What's going on? What's this? Why you got the same profile? Why is there two accounts? Huh? Is this some sort of money laundering thing? Is that what's happening? I don't want to be involved in crime. Yeah. I'm trying to stay on the right side of the YouTube community guidelines. Thank you. I'm not interested in your money laundering. Gets the ropes goes Alba Fire. Roll up there by Naomi. Kick out. Oh, Isla tried to hit Naomi. I think she got a little bit of Naomi. Oh, kick out though. Right, we need to end this poll. British Night 40. I'm going to get to you in a second, my friends. I still see you, Jessica. Right, let's get the scores in. 49%, 29%. Oh, big knee there by Naomi. Ah, oh, Inzaguri as well. Yeah, and a crotch chop. Yeah, suck it. Lovely work by Naomi. Alba Fire in a whole heap of trouble. The pin. Oh, lovely. Alba taps. What does she call that move? So she traps the arms with her legs. And then, starts, pulling at the head. Well, there we go. It is Naomi that has progressed. So, Naomi, Liv, Becky, Bianca, Tiffany. There's only one more person to add. So far, that is exactly the same as the leaked graphic. It is exactly the same. Naomi dancing around in the ring. Right. Bailey backstage. Here's Dakota. She sent me some. I don't know if you saw. She sent some pictures through earlier. I don't know what to do, says Dakota. I appreciate what you did last week. I don't know who I can trust. I can't do this right now, says Bailey. And she walks away from Dakota. Dakota said, look, I thought everything would get better when we achieved everything we wanted to achieve. 27 minutes to go. 27 minutes to go. Nicole, this is in the entranceway. Okay. He's made some sign-ins. One. Jade. What does that mean? It's Bron Breakker? What does that? I was convinced that was going to be Jade. I was convinced. Bron Breakker signs with SmackDown? Oh no! What does that mean? The son of a dog-faced gremlin. How's he gonna beat Gunther now? That's big, that is. That's big. Braun to SmackDown. Okay, here we go then. Coming up next, the Bloodline live. Roman Reigns and The Rock. Yeah, I'm really shocked at that. I'm really surprised. I genuinely did not expect Bron Breakker to be the name they announced then. I really thought they were going to be announcing Jade Cargill. There's rumors circulating that she was potentially going to go into a tag team with Bianca. Well, Bianca's on SmackDown. So if she's going into a tag team with Bianca, you'd expect Jade to go to SmackDown. And obviously there's been a thought of Braun taking on Gunther. Well, Gunther's on Raw. So once again, we're going down roads that we didn't anticipate. Which is lovely. WWE can sign any free agents, that's big, so they can use their own talent as free agents. That's cringe, says Sam. Jade should go to Raw, said Miss Elizabeth Lee. Is that Miss Elizabeth Lee, though, or is it Jessica? That's my question. James said, Braun on SmackDown with Heyman. Coincidence? I don't think so. Is he going to be next? You're next. Joseph said, everyone has been crossing over the past 2 weeks. Raw could have done with Braun, said Bossick. Bromberg on SmackDown. Bromberg. I like Bromberg. Very good. SmackDown is looking stacked, said Tom. Travis said, so unless they're doing SmackDown versus Raw with Braun versus Gunther, or was maybe Meltzer wrong again? I don't know. That word, is that where it came from? I don't know where it came from about Braun and Gunther, but it was expected that it was going to go that way. Right, we are at commercial break. We've got just over 20 minutes to go. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, other than Drew, who's the best Scottish wrestler? I would say probably Grado. Grado is the greatest Scottish wrestler other than Drew McIntyre. Max said Raw Women's Division needs Jade. Meltzer says a lot of things, says Cleveland Brown. Inside Out and again said, do you think Brock can make a comeback? Well, it depends how this plays out, doesn't it? I mean, I think he can, but it's really going to depend on, what happened with that Janelle Grant situation, So I think it is possible for him to make a comeback, but it depends what he knew, how involved he was, if all these allegations are true. Even if they're true, what was the context of them? It's not fun, is it? I would say a comeback is unlikely, but not impossible. Right, next week, what's happening on SmackDown? Next week, we've got Dirty Dominic and JD McDonough taking on Tyler Bates and Pete Dunne. So that's next week, but obviously that's going to get recorded tonight. Also, we've got the Street Profits taking on the Authors of Pain. Whoa! Bron Breakker makes his SmackDown debut next week. So, SmackDown debut next week. And also, we have got LA Knight against Drew McIntyre next week. It's a pretty good show, isn't it? Taped, though. Taped. LA Knight, Drew McIntyre. Here we go! Here we go! Calm down, everyone! Settle down! This is what we've been waiting for! The Tribal Chief! The head of the table! The reigning, defending, undisputed WWE Universal Heavyweight Champion, Roman Reigns. Making his way out with Paul Heyman, Jimmy Uso, Solo Sikoa. Lots of acknowledging in the chat right now. Roman. Wow, do you know what? I don't need to write Roman. I just need to write one word. Bloodline. Roman, Solo, Jimmy, Heyman, and after The Rock. Imagine if The Rock comes out to kill us in the jungle. That would be so cool. So, Roman is going to make his way down to the ring. Let's get rid of this pole. We don't need this pole. So, Naomi versus Alba. Dun, dun. Lovely. Thank you. So, we've got all the matches for tonight's rated. Timothy said it's pointless to try to break Hogan's records. Dun, dun, dun. I feel that way. I don't see the point in him going on to break Hogan's records. I don't see what difference it makes if he's like fourth or third on the list. For me, this is one of the greatest title reigns ever. Him beating Hogan's record just makes it one of the greatest title reigns ever. What's a tabby? What's a tabby? Head of the tabby? Did he run out of room to like finish off the L? That dude's sign said head of the tabby. What is wrong with these fans, man? Kevin Owens is having to get people to turn their signs the right way round. We got another one that can't fit an L on, which is ironic because his sign takes the biggest L of all. Head of the tabby! Head of the tabby! Oh my God. That better be an unseen. Even though it's been seen. So, Timothy, shout out to you. I don't know if Timothy would have him break Hogan's records or not. I know there's many out there that would. Many Roman fans out there that want this historic reign to keep on going. But there's a lot of Cody fans that want that story to be finished. King Yeti, shout out to you. Kindly donating memberships for the chats to snap up. King Yeti, appreciate the support, my friends. Of course, those new members will be able to vote on who they want to go into the poll for our Community Hall of Fame. Live stream coming up on Thursday as well. Okay. Roman's in the ring along with Solo and Jimmy and Paul Heyman. Are we bringing out The Rock now? Or is Roman going to say a few words first? Roman in the ring. Timothy said the reign is over, bro. Timothy, shout out to you. Yeah, there are people on both sides of that argument. I do acknowledge the Roman fans that want this reign to continue, but I agree with you, Timothy. Acknowledge me. Roman in the ring then. With the bloodline. We're dialed in. We are focused. We are locked in. Every little movement. Every look. Every syllable is going to be analysed. Can I be honest? Please. Please do. I want to be honest. Be honest. Be honest. Can I be honest? People of Utah, you're idiots. Yeah. You're idiots. That's true. I meant when we get you I didn't say individually, just when we get you all together, you're idiots. Tonight's a big night. I don't want you to ruin this. When my cousin comes out here. Everything we say has meaning that you need to understand. They're trying to condition the crowd. Tonight's history. Cody, 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 loud Cody chants. Loud Cody chants. The guy that ruined everything. Yes, Cody. The guy that ruined everything. Tonight's about history. The Rock is a member of the bloodline. It's history. Tonight we can say The Rock is a member of the bloodline. It comes out to his usual music. People are going to pop, man. When that music hits, they're always going to pop. So the music plays. Here he is. Lovely. Lovely waistcoat. Rocky sucks, says the man. They'd better boo, said Raven. Yeah, I mean, he's still getting goosebumps. Can't help it, can he? Can't help himself. That is a lovely waistcoat. Really throws back to the shirt that he used to wear. So The Rock making his way down. Heel Rock is great, said excellence of execution. Okay, so The Rock making his way down to the ring. And I think we're about to go over to commercial break. Oh, man, they're doing those amazing graphics for The Rock now. As we go to commercial break. Versace Rock is back. It's going to take it. He looks like old school Rock tonight. It's going to take him an hour to get back to the ring. Bring back the Hollywood Rock theme, said J. Ray. Versace Rock is back, said Schizo. $500 shirts. It's a big talking point, isn't it? Versace Rock, baby. The Rock's theme is still great, said Wisp. Jack79 said, this is kind of cringe. He's too old for this shiz. The Rock looks awesome, says Mitchell. Nick the King said, I'm sorry, but Cody fans took the crying from Cody. Roman rules, says Maggie. Joseph said The Rock did not choose to turn heel. We turned him heel like he is in real life. A. Jobson is hyped. Hyped. Eric said, I got goosebumps. Alan said, no one can boo The Rock when that music plays. Everyone pops. I would change it. I would change it. I know people like it, but that's the problem. British Knight, shout out to you, says... evening days, I'm enjoying the stream. If WWE is throwing everything at WrestleMania, I say we get Dustin to turn up. Well, I think he's still under an AEW contract, so I would love for them to reach out and try and reach some sort of an agreement to get him. But I just don't know how realistic that is. Because I just don't know that we can get a hold of him. I don't know that Tony Khan is going to allow him to be a part of this. I just don't know. I think he would want to be a part of it. I don't think that's a problem, but, you know, we've said before, like, AEW might let him go, but it might be that they let him go if they get mentioned, and there's a graphic for AEW shown, and under Vince, that would be a no. I don't know where it would be under TKO, but under Vince, that is a no. Miss Elizabeth Lee, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, my friends. Jessica says, Cody must finish the story, and I want it at WrestleMania 40, but we have to admit the Tribal Chief is the greatest of all time. The Rock just throws the vibe off now. I'm not conflicted. Cody, Cody, Cody. So Miss Elizabeth Lee is very clear about what she wants to see, and it is Cody Rhodes finishing his story. I think you'll get it. I think you'll get it. Listen, we're back to the show. Amy said Hollywood Rock is back. Timothy said, do you think Stone Cold could make a return? I think Stone Cold will be at WrestleMania. I think he'll have another match. I don't know that it'll be against The Rock. Okay, The Rock's got some good news to share. Something that'll make you happy. Yeah, live on Fox. Broken an indoor attendance records. So this is an indoor attendance record for the entire state of Utah. Well, here's the record you broke. Yeah. The largest gathering of trailer park trash The Rock has ever seen. Oh, I love. It's not until you hear him talk you go, yeah, man, this is the right direction. Heel Rock. Oh, you want to boo that? Finally, you want to boo that? Finally. Your life has meaning. You and your 50 wives. You'll have a story to tell your 600 inbred grandchildren that you got to look at greatness in the flesh. We did this. We did this. We should be so proud. This is down to us. We're so good. We're literally the best part of WWE. Because they weren't doing this. We made them do this. Smug. There's a Rocky chant, is there? Oh, it's been drowned out by Cody, though. You've brought a side out in The Rock you've not seen for years. You shut your mouth, fatty, or The Rock will get in there and slap the herpes off your lips. Oh, God. You had the biggest main event in the history of WrestleMania in your hands and you let it go. You flushed it down the toilet. Oh man, it should have been 2 hours of this. You're laughing now because you know it's true. What? What is Cody's story? What is the story? My cousin beat Cody's ass last year. And now Cody wants a rematch. That's his story. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's the story. Yeah, he won the Rumble. I know you inbreds want to chant what? But shut up and listen to The Rock. The Rock is going to educate your ignorant asses. He better acknowledge Roman, said Maggie. Rocky sucks, said Edwards. I told everyone heel Rock is amazing, said J-Love. Oh, he is amazing. Rock is so good at work in the crowd, said K-Dub. I love heel Rock, said AR1. So he's just saying about all the sports teams that have lost and how they took it like men. They didn't ask for an immediate rematch. I mean, Cody did win the Rumble, but, you know, whatever. He did qualify. I'm 5 minutes behind, said Jane. You're so lucky. You get an extra 5 minutes. We're running out. We've only got 3 minutes left. We started this way too late. Where's Tony Khan? He'd organise an overrun. You're spoiled. Ugh. You're spoiled, entitled, crybaby. And then we cut to Roman going, yeah, they are. They are. You? He's talking about you. The Rock's going to do everything in his power. So Rock's going to do everything in his power to make sure Cody walks out as a loser, as what you are. Sing along with The Rock is over. If you smell what the bloodline is cooking. Yeah, man. So we didn't get like the big bombshell, but what we did get is we got confirmation that Rock is in the bloodline, part of the bloodline, right? We also got a very interesting dynamic where you got to see like Roman just stand aside, really. You know, there was no kind of acknowledging of Roman or anything. The Rock is clearly just doing his own thing. We can explore the power struggle within the bloodline. That can come later. This was setting the tone. That's what this promo was. Setting the tone. This is what you've done to The Rock. This is what The Rock is now. And it was about establishing that. So it's a promo that you might look at and think didn't really achieve a great deal, but I think that it did. I think that it set the tone for who The Rock is going to be during this WrestleMania season. The Rock has made it clear as well that he is now focused on making sure and doing everything in his power, which is quite interesting, everything in his power to ensure that Cody does not win and that he leaves WrestleMania what he is, a loser. That was open mic night for The Rock. That was like 7 minutes of The Rock with a microphone working the crowds. I love that line. Shut your mouth or I'll jump over and slap the herpes off your mouth. Like, he is so comfortable, even though he's been away from this for so long. He's so comfortable at just going out there with a live microphone. He really is amazing. He's very, very special. And that was a very, very special moment and segment. And I understand that it maybe didn't build anything bigger. It didn't like set a date or do anything like that. But I still think it achieved things. Capper Owen said, "This is The Rock. Dwayne has left us. He is back." Mitchell said, "I've tweeted you something funny." Okay. Timothy said, "The promo sucked. It was boring." Did you think so? You thought it was boring? Oh, I don't know. I thought it had quite a bit of humor in it. Him talking to the crowd saying that they broke the attendance records and then saying, "Well done, the record you've actually broken is the largest collection of trailer park trash in the state of Utah." So he made it very clear to go off at the crowd. I love that little quip that he had at the guy about slapping the herpes off his mouth. Thought that was good as well. Message to Cody that I'm going to make sure that you lose. I like the line about you lot had the biggest WrestleMania in your hands and you flushed it down the toilet. Then you sat your fat asses on that toilet. I don't know, man. I can't say I was sat here bored. I can't say I was sat here bored. I think heel Rock is definitely the right way to go. I think we should absolutely pat ourselves on the back because not only have we got Cody where I think he deserves to be, but we have got, I think, a Rock we didn't expect to see. And I think he's going to have real fun with this. I think he's going to really clearly lean into it And yeah, I don't know, man. Let's do a poll, shall we? Oh, we've got to do a few polls. Miss Elizabeth Lee, massively appreciate the support, my friends. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll put a poll up, right, about the promo, and we'll see what people thought about it. So, Rock promo. Did you think it was an all-time promo? Did you think it was a great promo? Did you think it was a good promo? Or did you think it was, like Timothy, did you think it was boring? Did you think it was bad? Right, we'll ask people, see what they think. Going to jump over as well to Wrestling Days Clips, which is the second channel. This is where you vote for the show, right? What you thought about the show. The reason why we do it on the second channel is it just keeps them all together. It keeps it a little bit out of the way. It doesn't clog this channel up. So I just sort of like it having its own space. So here is the second channel, Wrestling Days Clips. Hey guys, welcome to Wrestling Days and welcome to this unbelievable. Right, what did you score Smackdown? I can't turn that off. I know you can't hear it. I just turned it down for you, but I'm still talking over me. It's annoying. Right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Oh, can I turn it down? That's going to do me. I don't know if I've got to listen to me whilst I'm typing this. Right, bads. Goods. No. Okay. Goods. Great. Is up now, and so you can vote on that now. Okay. Right, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that, because that's annoying. Let's do that, and let's do that. Lovely. Macca said, I still think he'll help Cody at Mania to make sure it's a fair fight. Thoughts? Who? What? What? Rock will help Cody? I don't think Rock will help Cody. I think that it could be that Roman loses and then Rock's disgusted with Roman, disappointed at Roman. Roman didn't hold up his end of the bargain, and actually after WrestleMania we tease issues between them. But I don't know. I don't think The Rock's actually going to be secretly going to help Cody. I could be wrong. It's a really interesting one in the sense of, do you have Rock turn face again, or do you have Roman turn face? Because when we do Rock Roman, which we're sure to do at some point, who is going to be the face and who is going to be the heel? So there is some logic to having Rock help Cody, but the thing is, he can't help him. He can only help get rid of, say, Solo. He can't trip over Roman or anything because Cody's got to finish the story on his own. You don't want Cody to finish the story and people say, oh, he only did it because of The Rock. Like, that wouldn't be very satisfying. So you got to be really, really careful with like how it's booked. Shut your mouth, fatty, or The Rock will come down there and slap the herpes off your face. People are loving that line. And rightfully so. Right. Let's go back to stream. I want to get as many comments as I can. Did you realize that The Rock pointed at Roman saying you are going to lose at WrestleMania, says Harry. No, I'd have to watch it back. No. I thought he was pointing towards like the camera. I'm going to do everything in my power. I don't think he would point at Roman, would he? And say you're going to lose. Would that not be a bit obvious? I could see a power struggle between The Rock and Roman over leadership. Pook said, I think you would have The Rock turn face again. Macca said, that's what I mean by him taking out Solo or Jimmy. Yeah, if you could go that way just to even up the score, you know? just to even up the situation. But then it would have to come down to Roman and Cody one-on-one. I definitely want to have a look at that pointing thing. If anyone's got footage of that, tag me in that. We'll chuck that in unseen, definitely. People are saying that he's not. Oh, that's interesting as well, isn't it? Look at that. Look at this. So this from Humble Wrestling said that The Rock didn't do the finger right at the end. So you can see that the acknowledging, but The Rock didn't do it right. So is that The Rock's way of not acknowledging? So he's not acknowledging. Is he not acknowledging that Roman there? Henry said he can't even do that right. Wow. That is very interesting. That is very interesting. That's going in unseen, live, right now. I'm putting it in unseen. Add to folder. Cody Rock. Oh, who is it? Just a little late, Briggsy. Oh, mate. You were one off. One off. I'd already put Henry in, Briggsy. I'd already put Henry in. That's how it can go. It can just be down to mere seconds. Yeah, amazing. That's not a tease. It's just a mistake, said Brony. Some fans look into stuff. Well, maybe. I don't know. I think it's worth just going, like, it's interesting that he's not doing it correctly, you know? That is interesting. I'd say it's a talking point, but it's up to interpretation. Who do you think will be in this year's Hall of Fame? That's a great question, Sir Curbington. Great question. I don't know if this is the year they'll go with Batista. Apparently they tried to do Batista last year, but because of filming schedules, it didn't work. So Batista is someone that was meant to go in during the lockdown, but because there was no fans, I think he requested, can I not go in? Because I'd rather do it when there's fans. So he got announced, but never went in. And I saw him mention that he was meant to go in. He was meant to go in before. He was meant to go in last year. But because of filming, he couldn't. So they ended up going with Rey Mysterio. So I've got to think they'd probably turn to him this time. And look to put him in this time. You know that they'll put a woman in. They always tend to put a female in. I don't know who we would go with, though. I mean, are we running out of options a little bit? I don't know. AJ Lee would be brilliant. She'd be well deserving. And now that CM Punk's back, could we get her in? What about if we have AJ Lee go into the Hall of Fame? Imagine that. Imagine that. AJ Lee in the Hall of Fame. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. So, Batista, maybe AJ Lee. We have been recognizing like legends of the past a little bit more as well. You know, Andy Kaufman went in just last year, which is mental. We have to get Cyndi Lauper in. That's a massive oversight. We've got to get Cyndi Lauper in. Maybe we don't do AJ Lee this year. Maybe we do. Maybe we put two women in. Maybe we put Cyndi Lauper and AJ Lee in. Oh my God. Cyndi Lauper has to go in. She has to go into the Hall of Fame. And then, like, you just fill out the rest, wouldn't you? Honestly, I don't know what kind of, not mid-carders, but, you know, those people that aren't quite at the level of being the headliner. I don't know out of those who needs to go in, to be honest. For the longest time, as we said, it was like Vader was a name that was not in, but he went in the other year. And British Bulldog, he went in the other year. So off the top of my head, I'm not sure of that level as to who is kind of the big names that are still outstanding. But as a starting point, I would say Cyndi Lauper, AJ Lee, and Batista. Two women, said Tyler. Mind-blowing. I know. As soon as I said it, I was like, nah. Days, is Heel Rock better than Cena on the mic? Well, they went toe-to-toe before, didn't they? I thought Cena did a good job with The Rock in their feud as they were like doing promos up against each other. I think they can both hold their own. I think they both have their different style. But Cena's good on the microphone. But Heel Rock just, I thought, did well there. Bray taught us every little detail could mean something. Even Roman just said, pay attention. Everything we do means something, says James. Ah. Very good. Very good. I am interested in the pointing thing that people were talking about. I'm interested in that. The best is The Rock on the mic, said Intoxicated Drums. Give me a 2-hour microphone match. LA Knight versus The Rock, said Dominic the Writer. Clutch Jumper said The Rock has taken over the bloodline. This story is just getting started. Big Bun said Cyndi Lauper should have been one of the first to go in the Hall of Fame, in my opinion. She really put WWF WWE on the map. Big Time said, do you think The Rock had a little bit of a brain fart when he said it was illogical that Cody wants a rematch, forgetting that he won the Rumble? Definitely got caught in the moment, but I'll let it slide. Well, do you know, I did, and then I didn't. I was thinking, like, this is either really dumb or it's really clever. Because it's really dumb because you're right, he won the Rumble, so none of these examples work. But what it did was, it was annoying because he's going off on the microphone and we're sat here going, no, he won the Rumble. Like, he's allowed to, like, he earned it. It's kind of like saying the 49ers lost the Super Bowl, but then they worked their way back to the next Super Bowl the next year. Right? So they deserve to be there. They didn't cry about it and demand a rematch. They earned it. So his examples didn't work. So you could look at it and go, oh, did he make a mistake? But equally, I thought maybe he's actually really clever, right? I might be giving him way too much credit here, but it is The Rock, and I do think he is excellent on the microphone. So I'm going to lean towards it's actually really clever, and that what he has done is he has wound a load of people up by saying, who does this guy think he is, demanding a rematch? Would the 49ers do that? What about, like, when Utah were getting their ass kicked, you know, by Michael Jordan? Like, would they just demand a rematch? No, they took their losses like men, right? And everyone at home's like, no, he won the Rumble. He earned it. He deserves to be there. Don't you understand? So he's making the fans infuriated. He's winding up the fans. He's getting the fans, like, really like, oh, you don't get this. How can you not get this? That's not the same. But has he done it on purpose? Has he done it on purpose to wind us up? Because we know better, because we obviously follow the product, and we know the product, and we know the story, and we know that Cody won the Rumble, and blah, 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 blah. So I couldn't tell. But because it's The Rock and he's so good, I've decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he's done it on purpose to wind up the fans. And he's basically gone on and, like, twisted it in a way to make it seem like Cody is a crybaby and he's just demanding a rematch, when that's clearly not the case. He won the Rumble. So I've given him the benefit of the doubt. Right, let's close this. Mitchell said, check my tweet about the Rock shirt. I promise it's nothing bad. If the tweet doesn't show, I can DM the picture. It's seriously a funny thing about the Rock shirt. But I don't know that I'll find it, but I'm drowning in tweets. I've got a lot of people, as you can imagine, tweeting me about that segment. So trying to find, like, an individual tweet is not going to be easy right now. What I'll do is I will try and find it and I'll put it in unseen. How about that? Because I've got to go through all of this. Each moment and everything tends to get, like, several people tweeting it to me. So I've just got, I mean, I must have about 20 messages from casual LA Knight enjoyer. So I'll go through them. I'll shoot off now, because if I don't go now, I don't know when Unseen's going to go up, because it takes me 40 minutes just to go through my notifications, and then of course I want to see what else is out there. So hopefully by it's probably going to be just over an hour, I'd imagine, but I'll try and get it done as quick as I can. But there will be an Unseen that goes up tonight. I'll get the Unseen video up. I love them, and I know that many of you love them as well. So I'll get that up, and I'll try and get it up as quick as I can. So with that being said, I am going to run away, but I am just going to jot down these scores. It is 35% for great, 27% for good, 25% all time. Wow. So it is great that it came out on. 35% great, 27 good, 25 all time, 11% said it was bad. So it is mixed. I mean, still 11% is quite a number to say that it was a bad promo. 11%, but it's 35% has come out great, which I think is really interesting. I did jot down the promo from Monday as well, didn't I? I've got that score somewhere, which if I can put my hands on. When it comes to these big promos, I might start recording them as well, so we can start comparing. Anyway, I'm going to run away. Thanks a lot for joining us. I hope you enjoyed SmackDown and enjoyed our coverage of SmackDown. That is just over a 5-hour stream, which is nothing for us. Don't forget, we are back later with Unseen. We are back tomorrow with an opinions video, and I'll put that tweet up now. We are back tomorrow with UFC 298. Massive show. And we'll have some on Sunday as well. So plenty of stuff on the way on the channel. Thanks a lot for joining, and I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.